we launch our welfare reform bill. The most ambitious, fundamental and radical changes to the welfare system since it began. And at the heart of this bill is a simple idea. Never again will work be the wrong financial choice. Never will we waste opportunity. We're finally going to make work pay, especially for some of the poorest people in our society.
Welfare! Welfare! They are picking up on those they think they can most vilify. Seems to be a mistake.
I'm Dave Scott from Mad Pride. There's a real concern that people with men are going to be wrong at work, find themselves forced on the job seekers allowance, immediately facing a reduction in their income. They're not going to be able to get jobs in the current job market, and they're going to find themselves, after several months being on job seekers allowance, forced onto the new government mandatory work programme.
These changes, which are about returning fairness to the taxpayer and fairness to those living in overcrowded accommodation, these changes, however, are being done by local authorities. We've given local authorities, we've given them over £370 million to bed these changes in slowly, to help those who need a longer time to make the change. You know, there's money there available. Each of the local authorities makes their decisions about who they want to keep in the houses and who they'll move and what accommodation they can move to. They need to help these changes. They're the right changes to make. They're fair, and they're fair to taxpayers.
The basic safety net that was there to guarantee that people would not be left in hunger or in destitution has actually been torn apart. It no longer exists.
Northern Ireland has a particularly large number of people claiming incapacity benefits or disability living allowance. In fact, the percentage is double UK average in many places. Their replacement by new benefits attached to tougher conditions is expected to have a major impact here.
But the Minister here can't get away from the fact that if the Treasury is trying to take, well, it's nearly 19 billion a year out of the UK economy through welfare cuts, that a substantial proportion of that is going to fall on Northern Ireland, and we calculate that to be £750 million a year.
We have a perfect storm in terms of both the material deprivation and the austerity.
Tonight, what it's living in poverty in Northern Ireland today.
So about £3-4 left. That's to do me till Friday.
And this is Tuesday?
This is Tuesday.
Food bank here been running for?
We opened in December 2011.
Have you seen an increase in demand since then?
Well, for December 2011 we fed 50 people, and December 2012, just last year, we fed 317 people, men, women and children.
So a six-fold increase in 12 months?
Yeah.
Were you surprised by that?
Absolutely we were. We didn't think whenever we started that the need was as great as what it is. We've had people before who have come on a Wednesday evening, for instance, and they haven't had any from the Monday.
This is about taking money directly from people's pockets, and people should understand that it's the most vulnerable, it's those disabled. It's not just unemployed, although it's creating thousands of the homeless. It's also about 75% fact of this is on people who are already in working at jobs.
Will the Prime Minister also join with me in condemning Sinn Féin's foolish approach to welfare reform, which is not protecting the vulnerable in Northern Ireland, but is costing Northern Ireland Executive £5 million per month in fine?
The point of welfare reform is to help people get back to work rather than just to cut budgets, and we need to explain to all the parties in Northern Ireland that we should be engaging in welfare reform to help get people back to work.
Britain announced on Sunday all-party talks to try and resolve a political deadlock in Northern Ireland, caused by a row over welfare reforms that has threatened to bring down the devolved government. On Sunday, Britain's Northern Ireland Secretary Theresa Villiers said the talks should go ahead.
I think it's very important that we all play a role in all different parts of the United Kingdom to make sure that the kind of basic principles of good financial housekeeping are respected. Otherwise it's unfair. We can't sort of pass the parcel where one part of the United Kingdom says we're just not going to recognise.
But would London step in January if that happened?
I don't really want to speculate. I very much hope that we will avoid any kind of dramatic interventions like that, but instead will be able to come to an agreement. budget is put on a sustainable and financially sensible basis in Northern Ireland.
I suppose we could say. A very good morning to all of you this morning. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, you're very, very welcome to this morning's session on welfare reform, the reality, how it is going to impact on you and most people that you represent. The issue of how we support the most vulnerable people in our society is currently at the heart of a political confrontation that could yet collapse the Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive. It will affect everyone within this room and beyond and months ahead. If, as is being suggested, politicians agree a draft budget only ring-fence health, then the financial cost to every other department, including social development, will be proportionately greater. We now know, the story developing as we meet today, that the DSD stands to lose another 10% of its budget. Put bluntly, the Finance Minister, as things stand, cannot afford welfare reform. So, where does that leave people who today will be in receipt of benefit, or indeed people like you who administer the system? How do people plan their future? What provision is the Minister making to protect their? Can the Minister guarantee politicians absent themselves from the decision-making process and potentially hand over that power to Westminster, allowing them to introduce swingeing cuts which may not have the local hard-fought mitigating factors included? There are so many questions as answered, and that is the context of our meeting today. We very much want you in this room to lead the debate, to ask the questions and hopefully get the answers you so desperately want. Help the sector focus on getting the very best deal it can for Northern Ireland. And I'm delighted to say that here to guide us through today is the Chief Executive of NICVA. Please put your hands together, ladies, for Seamus McAleavey.
Thank you very much, Karen, and everybody's very welcome here this morning. Particular thanks to the Minister for coming along. As soon as Minister, I asked him would he come and speak to this conference, and I have to say he replied instantly and said yes, so I really appreciate that, Mervyn. This is a really important and complex issue. You all know that. A lot of you are working directly in advice agencies and other organisations that are working with people who are affected by the reforms. We in NICVA and our colleagues in Advice NI, the Law Centre and CAB, this is the third conference now over quite a long period to help inform the debate here in Northern Ireland. We've also held a number of roundtable meetings with a smaller number of organisations, with the DWP Minister, Lord Freud, a couple of those, and with the current Minister's predecessor, Nelson McCausland, where we had a variety of in terms of how things might be mitigated in Northern Ireland. As I say, we recognise the complexity of this issue, we recognise how big it is, and we also recognise very clearly that it was not an issue of the making of the parties in the Northern Ireland Executive. They effectively deal with the issue, but a decision that is made by the coalition in Westminster. So today, I'm hoping that we will hear more from the Minister in terms of what his plans are, and I think we are all later issue then of talks and the discussions that will be held between all our parties in Stormont, which might look at this and obviously quite a number of other issues as well. In Northern Ireland then can see our way through these complex issues, and from our point of view in community and voluntary organisations, that the very best protection is put in place for people who are vulnerable, who find themselves in need of benefits, and the as I said, the day-to-day difficulties that they face, that they are best cared for, best looked after. So I'm hoping, as Karen says, that we do have a really strong discussion today, and I'm hoping that we can move forward on these issues in Northern Ireland in the next few weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Seamus. And now I'd like to introduce Ursula O'Hare from the Law Centre, Northern Ireland. Ursula, thank you very much.
Well, good morning. Today is very much, as Seamus said, a continuing series of conversations that the Northern Ireland Advice Service Consortium and NICVA have engaged in over the last couple of years. It's the third conference we have hosted together. And all three of these events have been designed, as Seamus said, to create a space outside of the political environment to explore, to understand and to analyse the changes that have taken place to the social security system in the last number of years, and critically, the impact of those changes. So in that very first conference back, it was only 2 years ago, Seamus, in 2012, we had Baroness Ruth Lister, who spoke about the passage of the Welfare Reform Bill through Westminster, and we were joined at that Social Development Committee, some of whom are again with us today. Last weekend, we heard more about the estimated impact reflected in the video montage this morning. And today, with some experience now available to learn from, this event is really, as Seamus said, the important opportunity to really understand the unfolding impact of the changes to social security, to people and communities. So we are particularly pleased that we're joined today by colleagues from across the water, keen to hear from the Scottish on welfare reform, whose report just earlier this summer sets out some challenging thinking about a new vision for social security. And I'm particularly pleased to introduce the Minister this morning and to add my welcome to that of Seamus to the Minister. The Minister has made public his recent correspondence with the church leader groups, and I'm sure you will want to elaborate on that today, Minister. And look forward to hearing what you have to say, which I'm sure will form the basis of discussion today. But I wouldn't want to close without saying that there are some important principles to underscore the discussion today. And the first is that in the midst of the kind of radical change we haven't seen for many years, David Cameron talked about the biggest change to the welfare state since its inception, and as a member of the Northern Ireland Advice Services Consortium, the importance of advice to navigate those who are facing real change to support people affected by that change. And finally, to say that whatever the outworkings of the debate on welfare reform, as my previous colleague often remarked, reform of the social system should be measured by the extent to which there can be trust and confidence in the system, that it does what it says in the tin, as he used to say, that it provides security to those who require it. Thank you, Minister. Delighted you can join us today.
Thank you very much for those kind words of welcome. It is a joy for me to have the opportunity to be with you today, and I want to thank Seamus for the invitation to address you today. And it's very easy, I think, when a minister comes to an event like this to be very clear in terms of sticking to your script and making sure you say all the things that have to be said. But can I just, before I commence what I want to say this, that I come here today fully recognising the challenges, the difficulties that this presents to us all. And if I was only here today to tick a box, to salve my conscience, that when Seamus asked me, did I appear, did I come, was I willing to come, that I could say yes, I was able to do that and I was willing to do that, then I have to say I wouldn't be here. But I want to genuinely give you the assurance that I'm here because I have an interest, not just because I've been appointed to the position. Obviously that had a particular bearing on my being here today a few weeks ago. But I want to assure you, and I see members of the Social Development Committee that I've already had some conversation with, and other representatives and other organisations, that I want to ensure that I hear as well as listen. And so it's with those opening remarks that I want to say a few things here. Many of you will be aware that I have only recently been appointed as the Social Development Minister, much to my amazement, I'm sure, maybe to greater amazement of those who heard the news. And so, being new to the position, here today very much in an information gathering mode. I've spent my first weeks listening to the current debate on welfare reform and meeting with those concerned about the impacts for Northern Ireland. Today presents the perfect opportunity to encourage further informed debate on impact of welfare reform in Northern Ireland. And I look forward to hearing the outcome of today's discussion to help further shape my thinking on the way going forward. Unfortunately, I can't be with you through the remainder of this morning because, as Karen has alluded to, there are other discussions that are going on that I will be involved in later on today. However, I want to give Seamus and all concerned with this event that the issues that are raised here today will be listened to, be ignored. I understand and appreciate the concerns expressed by NICVA and many of the other organisations who are here today on both the impact of welfare reform on the vulnerable and the need to continue to ensure we are protecting those who, through no fault of their own, rely on the welfare system. I also welcome the recent statement from NICVA which says that Northern Ireland cannot afford not to implement welfare reform, particularly over the longer term, and that local parties should avoid the worst case scenario of direct rule ministers introducing the reform in their entirety and without any changes. We are now at the stage where the consequences of not doing welfare reform are high that continuing to simply say no is an option. At this point, we should be doing our best to change the social security system in Northern Ireland, rather than refusing to reform the system. Unless we agree a way forward, people right across Northern Ireland will see reductions in those public services which many of the opponents of the change to welfare system believe they are protecting. Unless we move forward and shape how we implement welfare reform, then the alternative is that the Assembly does not survive, and what is implemented is welfare reform package as implemented in the rest of Great Britain. There is no doubt welfare reform will bring challenges for us all. Those in government who have responsibility for implementing the changes, and those working in the community and volunteer support and who represent the people impacted by the reforms. The question is, how do we work together to implement reform? Last week I met with the church leaders to discuss the lack of information of measures developed to help shape how we could implement welfare reform in Northern Ireland. NICVA also raised similar concerns about the need to know about the package so there can be an informed public debate. During the meeting with church leaders, I broke with convention and shared the details of the package because I also feel strongly about the need to have a constructive debate on what is proposed. This is an important issue, and I cannot continue to allow this debate to be focused solely on the estimates of the costs to the block grant or the issue of the IT systems. You'll find the content of what I gave to the church leaders is now published on my department's website. We need to talk about welfare and what universal credit or PIP actually means for individual benefit claimants. We need to move the debate on from being about the financial consequences or not doing welfare reform to an informed and open debate about how best we can use the welfare system to tackle poverty and help people into employment. There are 4 principles that I want to outline, which I trust will be a guide for us as we move forward in the weeks ahead. The work on how to shape the welfare reform legislation in Northern Ireland has been guided by these 4 principles. These principles are: firstly, we need a welfare system that continues to protect people in our society. This is at the core of our social welfare system, and we should never lose sight of this objective. Secondly, we need a welfare system designed to provide maximum support and encouragement to help people into work. Employment is critical to supporting individuals, families and local communities, and we should be doing to help people to take up work. This is critical to the long-term development of our society and to tackling poverty. Thirdly, a welfare system that is fair for both claimants and those who fund the system. We need to recognise that those that fund the system have an interest in how their money is being spent. And finally, a welfare system that promotes personal and social responsibility and which strengthens individuals, families and local communities. These principles were shaped after listening to the concerns by a wide range of stakeholders, including many of you present this morning. These principles will continue to guide my work and the work of my department. I am committed to ensuring that in Northern Ireland we have a welfare system which supports the most vulnerable in our society by protecting those in crisis through an effective financial safety net. At the same time, the system should not act as a trap, consigning families and individuals to a life of benefit and welfare dependency. This was the case for many of the 83,000 people in Northern Ireland left on incapacity benefit for more than a decade, and who, if on the benefit of more than 5 years, were more likely to die whilst on benefit than ever returning to work. We need to change the incentives in the welfare system from a system which supports dependency to one which helps people to change their lives and to change their lives for the better, and which acts as a springboard rather than a trap, rewarding those who move. I support the view that getting people back into work is an important step to breaking the cycle of poverty, including child poverty. The recent Institute of Fiscal Studies report for OFMD estimated that child poverty would be almost 2.5% higher in Northern Ireland by 2017-18 if Northern Ireland does not implement universal credit. Work helps shape us, provides security for our families, and helps build our communities. Work has to be at the heart of our welfare system. As a society, we should abhor the idea of a welfare system which abandons people with unfulfilled potential to language on benefit and does not have a constructive challenge about how they return to work. While I support the need for change of the current welfare system and making work pay, I recognise the need to support those affected by changes. Having listened to the concerns expressed by different groups in Northern Ireland, the impact of welfare reform has been developed with the Department for Work and Pensions and Her Majesty's. This package is the envy, I think, of other jurisdictions in the United Kingdom, in Scotland and Wales. And delivering this package shows how local politicians can deliver real change for Northern Ireland. Sometimes we politicians don't get a very good press, and probably we deserve it. But I think on this issue, I think there has been a determination to ensure that we mould and shape something which is for the benefit of the people of Northern Ireland. This conference gives the delegates, those who are present, the opportunity to test these measures, speakers from the rest of Great Britain, on whether they would help alleviate some of the worst impacts introduced by Welfare Reform Bill in Great Britain. Yes, there are problems with some parts of the Welfare Bill. The predecessor seized the opportunity through negotiation to address some of its worst aspects. I would like to take this opportunity to talk with you through these measures, which I firmly believe will help to ensure that some of those particular aspects of the bill are mitigated against. The universal credit payment is a single monthly household payment that is paid into a nominated bank account. Concerns have been raised by stakeholders that the introduction of monthly payments for universal credit would cause significant difficulties for many people, especially those on existing social security. I am proposing to introduce the default position in Northern Ireland that all claimants will receive twice monthly payments, with the option of moving to monthly payments should they wish to have this method of payment. Concerns have also been raised that the default position of paying universal credit into a single bank account could mean that women will not have the access to the money. I'm aware that during the consultation process with the voluntary and community sector, criteria for the flexibilities, some argue that universal credit payments should be treated the same as child benefit and paid directly to the female partner. Whilst I understand the argument, there are a couple of points which I would make. The first is that child benefit payments will continue to be paid as at present, so the basic assurance of getting money to the mother remains in place. The second is that there will be 300,000 households in Northern Ireland with universal credit, and I do not intend to be about how they their monies or to put in place arrangements that would undermine the family unit. I'm therefore proposing that in Northern Ireland no default position be applied, rather a range of options would be available, including single household payment to the bank account of one or other partner, single household payment to a joint account, a split payment on the basis of the main carer and children to be determined by the department and paid into separate bank accounts. In Great Britain, the default position for universal credit is that the housing element for social and private sector will be paid directly to the benefit claimant, with payments made directly to landlords only in exceptional circumstances. In Northern Ireland, that the housing element of universal credit will be paid directly to landlords, ensuring that people receiving the housing element of universal credit remain safe in their tenancies, and that social housing provision has a firm financial basis. Households will have the freedom to opt out of this arrangement, subject to them meeting specific criteria, primarily around avoiding future rent arrears. My officials are working with the Department of Work and Pensions on the development of the IT system necessary to support these flexibilities. Once agreement has been reached for the bill to go through, I also intend to publicly consult on a set of criteria for how the flexibilities would work on a day-to-day basis. The package contains additional proposals for the implementation of universal credit in Northern Ireland. Both members of a couple must sign the claimant commitment, which is a contract detailing the actions that a claimant will undertake in search of employment, and if one member of the household refuses to accept the claimant commitment, then the universal credit claim will fall. In Northern Ireland, it is proposed that where one claimant refuses to sign a claimant commitment and leaves the household, the person will be excluded from the universal credit claim, and the household to submit a new claim for remaining members. Recognising the real concerns about the impact of the social sector size criteria known as the bedroom tax, here and the experience in Great Britain, I'm asking the Executive to create a fund of over 17 million for the next 5 years. This will be used to protect tenants from any reduction in the housing benefit for their existing tenancies until a significant change in their circumstances or they are offered suitable alternative accommodation. They are also proposing for new tenants to receive protection in specific circumstances. At the end of the 5-year period, the policy will be reviewed by the Executive. Currently, only private rented sector tenants are able to make an application for discretionary housing benefit payments to assist with rent shortfalls. To make the impact of the introduction of the social size criteria will involve the extension of the right to apply. Existing social housing tenants affected by the shortfall in receipt of housing benefit would be able to apply for DHP and retain this protection until suitable accommodation is made available to them until they have a relevant or significant change in circumstances. These measures balance protecting people and communities with the need to ensure that we make best use of the social housing stock. I will publish detailed consultation proposals on how this will work in operational terms once the bill has been approved by the Assembly. Concerns have also been raised about the proportionality of the new sanctions introduced in Great Britain for both existing job seekers allowance and employment support allowance claimants, as well as for existing and future universal credit claimants. I am proposing a reduction in the maximum sanction period from 3 to 2 years and to remove entirely the civil penalty provisions from the Welfare Reform Bill. Concerns have also been repeatedly voiced over the possibility that lone parents may be sanctioned for not taking up offers for work or training if they cite a lack of available childcare provision as the sole reason. I'm proposing that existing protections be carried forward under this Welfare Reform Bill, whereby the lack of available childcare provision constitutes good reason and therefore the claimant will not be sanctioned. Some have raised the importance of medical evidence as part of the assessment PIP. Medical evidence is important both for the assessor to have a real understanding about the individual's disability, but also in giving the individual claimant that their medical evidence has been reviewed. New personal independence payment, I'm proposing that the Executive provide additional funding to ensure that where a medical report has not already been provided, then one must be received prior to a claimant receiving an unfavourable decision or disallowance on their benefit. The UK Government have abolished the elements of the social fund across Great Britain, and my departmental officials have secured all the discretionary social fund monies from Her Majesty's Treasury for the Executive. The Welfare Reform Bill Northern Ireland 2012 will abolish social fund here, and I'm proposing to introduce a new discretionary support service which will provide non-repayable grants, free loans to people on low income experiencing extreme, exceptional or crisis situations and who have no other means of support. The new discretionary support service will not be restricted to those in receipt of income-related benefits and will be available to anyone whose income falls below a set threshold. This will mean that working claimants and those on contributory-only benefits could potentially get This is a unique service to Northern Ireland, result in an additional 50,000 claimants being able to benefit from pensionary support compared to the current number who can apply for the social fund. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank one of your speakers here today, Mr. Singh, the Fund Commissioner for Northern Ireland, for his contribution to the design of the new discretionary support scheme. It is also planned to create a £30 million hardship fund, which would be used to mitigate some of the most challenging impact. My party leader has put forward some ideas how this can be used. This is a hardship fund set up by OFM-DFM, and it is important that all parties enter the debate about how best to use this fund. Alongside this package of measures, anyone transferring to universal credit will receive less under universal credit than they had received under their previous benefits, will receive transitional protection, which will ensure that they are not financially worse off. And traditional or transitional protection will only end if a claimant's circumstances significantly change. We need to be careful it doesn't become traditional protection, because we always have a difficulty in Northern Ireland which things are traditional. It is traditional protection. In sharing the details of the package of measures, because there's been a lot of debate and discussion about what you could say and what you couldn't say and all of that, and I have taken the decision, as I said earlier, I broke with convention in terms of putting out into the public domain what I believe should have been there and people should know, and you have a right to know, and I was determined to ensure that that was the case. And in sharing the details of the package of measures, I hope that we can now start to have an informed debate about welfare reform that is implemented in Northern Ireland. I've committed to a step change in how my department communicates about welfare reform, with the objective of ensuring wider civic society have the necessary information to have a constructive discussion about what we want our welfare system to be about in Northern Ireland. One of the key principles I mentioned at the beginning is continuing to protect the vulnerable. Many people in this room know that protect the vulnerable is what staff in my department do on a day and daily basis. Our work is about helping people to improve their lives for the better, and in implementing welfare reform, I want people to understand that we believe it is the right thing to do. My department administers over £4.5 billion social security benefits each year, and is committed to putting in support systems to alleviate issues that may arise from vulnerable claimants. These issues and include people struggling with poverty, personal debt, homelessness, poor health, addiction, physical and mental illness. Last year, over £8 billion in financial support was paid to 190,000 disabled people claiming disability living allowance in Northern Ireland. These payments are made to disabled people regardless as to whether they are in work or on. Over £212 million was paid to people who are unemployed as part of available to helping them back into work, and £224 million was paid to the families on low incomes and not in employment. We have developed various and affords partnerships with many third organisations, as well as churches and faith groups, in order to improve the current services in place for the vulnerable and to make ready for the introduction of welfare reform. Of these initiatives, one of these initiatives is maximising incomes and outcome. Plan for improving benefit uptake, and a key building block in the programme for government. This plan aims to improve the uptake of all benefit, services and support by ensuring that we get the measure to those in need through advertising such as the Make the Call campaign. Mail shots, telephone calls, working with the voluntary organisations, promotion through local counties alongside our community outreach service, which includes to vulnerable members of our community. In the last 2 years, over £31 million of unclaimed benefit has been paid out by directly to individuals who may be entitled to support. The welfare system is there for people in need, and I'm committed to ensuring that those people continue to receive their full entitlement. We are committed to helping claimants achieve the main and maintain financial independence by giving them support and advice, including access to appropriate financial products and services. Northern Ireland has the highest level of unbanked citizens in the United Kingdom. We want to increase inclusion, improve money management and consequently reduce levels of debt. 2 key pieces of work being taken forward include the piloting of the financial support service and working with credit unions to extend their range of services. My department is currently working with the credit union movement to explore options as to how they might assist people on low income to access mainstream financial products. Work has been ongoing to agree proposals for the modernisation of credit unions via 2 pilot projects. The first is based around modernising credit union operations, and the second around modernising to include new or enhanced banking service products, transaction accounts. These types of initiative that my department offers in the form of support for the most vulnerable society, housing for the homeless people, providing homes for people with mental or physical disabilities, where my department provides services on a daily basis which protect the most vulnerable. The Supporting People programme provides assistance to 17,000 vulnerable people, helping them to live independently. The annual Supporting People budget of £74 million funds a range of services for homeless people. And just on that point, can I say that I have listened to the lobby, something a bit eerie. I don't believe in superstition, but certainly there was something a bit strange that I was appointed. I think it was just in that morning. There had been a photo call at Stormont, particularly around the issue of supporting people. And of course, as a good, faithful MLA who wants to be involved in opportunities, politicians were made for photo opportunities and opening things, opening envelopes and opening doors and windows. We'll go in anything like that. But I went out and got my photograph taken. Little did I know that in about later, I was going to call summoning me to the First Minister's office to tell me that he was appointing me Minister for Social Development. That's the classic case of hens coming home to roost. But I give you this assurance that on the issue of supporting people, that is something which is a priority in my entry to secure for that programme. At the same time, my department provides funding of £4.5 million in the last year for the many voluntary and community organisations across Northern Ireland. Most of you here today belong to many of those organisations. Of course, this funding goes to your organisations, which then provides good quality advice, services to many hundreds of our most vulnerable people who seek help. We work with local disadvantaged communities, helping them the physical environment within which they live, and also to enhance the services available to the people living in those communities. In doing so, my department works in partnership with other government departments, executive policies such as the renewal strategy. And in the last year alone, my department invested over £8 million in neighbourhood renewal to support the delivery of capital regeneration projects, and a further £20 million to support service delivery. all in the most disadvantaged areas here in Northern Ireland. By way of an example, this fund is instrumental in establishing 20 new nurture units and 11 social enterprise hubs. To add to this, over the past year, DSD has been funding in excess of 1,000 to support the provision of approximately 88,000 two-hour free childcare places for parents of employment. This funding enables those parents to improve their opportunities to gain employment through participation in training. We also paid over £27 million last year through child maintenance payments, money which keeps children warm, fed and clothed. And in conclusion, changing the social welfare system needs to happen in a way that provides maximum incentive and encouragement to get people into work. We need to reduce the number of economically inactive people in Northern Ireland and shift the over-reliance on benefit that has been created. I want to assure and to ensure that we create a welfare system that promotes personal and responsibility by helping each individual and all our local communities in Northern Ireland feel supported. We all need to ensure that the system is reformed in a way that means the vulnerable are not unnecessarily locked in benefits and are protected when they face crisis in their lives. When I started speaking, I said that this means challenges for us all. Government, private sector, general public, the voluntary and community sector. But with these challenges comes great opportunity. And I look forward to the opportunity and the challenge that we all face. And I hope that we can see these opportunities and challenges which met in a way for the people that we all represent. I want to conclude wishing you well in the remainder of this conference today. But I do want to reassure you that I am listening to the genuine concern that people are expressing to me. And let's remember this as I conclude. I may have been appointed the Minister for Social Development, but I still live in my community. I know the needs, many of the organisations here that help my constituents, my Northampton constituents. I know many of the needs that my people have. And I would be the first person to recognise those needs. And I haven't forgotten the concerns that to me over the last of weeks and months. Thank you for your patience, and I wish you well in the conference today and after the conference as to how we can continue to work together for the benefit of the people of Northern Ireland. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very, very much indeed for such a valuable contribution. And I think I could speak on behalf of everyone when we say how pleased we are to hear the endeavoured you're making to put as much information as you have currently available to you into the public domain, and it is that which will be the basis of the debate which will follow through today. You did also say that you would be listening to what has to be said, and if I could press the possibility of perhaps taking a few questions. Just your time is very limited today. If there are people in the room who have what is a very special opportunity, I think you'll agree, in the circumstances today, to speak directly with the Minister, if you'd like to put your hand in the air and we will get a mic to you. I see a couple of hands already in the air. As we get a mic over to you, perhaps a couple of things that struck me, Minister, if you don't mind, just for clarity, if you can, two issues, the bedroom tax, so much has been made. In my reading of what you're proposing, £17 million for example, with the proposal that new tenants might receive protection, essentially then signal the end to the bedroom tax. I don't think you've got a microphone, so come and join me. We're very informal here.
I don't know what we've endeavoured to do in terms of looking at the issues that were raised when welfare reform was being proposed in the rest of the King, was to look at the issues which are relevant to the concerns that people express in Northern Ireland. As Minister for Social Development is for the people of Northern Ireland. And so whatever the elements of welfare reform, we want to ensure that we can try, where we can, if we possibly can, bring about those changes so that we have a fit-for-purpose model which suits the needs of the people of Northern Ireland. It won't be the case where we will be able to completely and absolutely obliterate every element of the framework of welfare reform. But what we can do is try where we possibly can to put in place, either by a transitional arrangement or by some other mechanism, a way whereby we take the elements, for example, of the bedroom tax and mitigate against it in its worst possible outcome.
Okay, let's take some questions from the floor, very, very briefly. Just a couple, if you don't mind, Minister, and then I promise we'll let you go. I know your time's very, very limited. So, okay, lady in a white shirt with a microphone, just there.
Mr. Story, I'd like to ask you, I manage an advice centre in the independent advice sector in North Belfast, Taras Jock, and I'll take the last quarter, the last 14 weeks, I've saw 37 people in this one particular category, 37 people aged between 55 and 63. Each had a working life of 35 years. They've been medically retired from their jobs. And if welfare reform is going to be introduced, they will lose £6,000 per annum from their household with absolutely nothing to replace it, even though they've worked for 35 years. Can you explain to me how your department intends to support 7 individuals?
Well, again, and I think that's where it comes down to looking at the individual. I don't think that there's any set of proposals that I could bring to the table that would be able to answer every individual set of circumstances. Because when you look at families, when you look at communities, they are made up of very different parts which are not always the same. And so in terms of individual circumstances, I think that is where we're, with the current benefit system, there is a guarantee given that everybody in the current system is treated in exactly the same way. And so when you begin to make changes to that system, you will inevitably bring about a situation whereby there will be individual circumstances that may not have been thought through or provided for. And that's the reason why we've talked about trying to set up the discretionary fund, the hardship fund, something that looks specifically at individual set of circumstances. And I think that is one way whereby we can try a safety net in terms of the 37. But what I have with me today is I have my trusted advisor in all of this, and he's sitting there, Tommy O'Reilly. He's the man who has all the technical detail of this, and I want to say this. I want to say this about my officials. I have been impressed by the way in which they have to try and give the information, whether it's to the church leaders, whether it's to NICVA, whether it's to any other organisations, in a way that's meaningful. So Tommy's here, and I have no doubt Tommy to meet with you during coffee and give you some more information.
Can I say to you respectfully, Mr. Story, you've fudged my question. The answer is, I know Tommy O'Reilly, I correspond with him.
Good.
But what I am saying to you is, the bottom line on it is, and I want to make it abundantly clear to everybody in the room, there are thousands of households in the north of Ireland who are going to lose £6,500 per annum from their household budget. There's nothing to replace it. There is no financial hardship. There's not £1,000 per year for people who've worked over 30 years, paid their stamp, paid their way, and are disabled. There's no service in place to actually get those people into work.
And I think,
please take that message away.
As we heard earlier, this is not a problem of the Northern Ireland Executive's making, and the Minister is endeavouring to include mitigating circumstances. He's been very patient, and I know hadn't expected to take questions, so thank you very much for doing that. even with what is going to be a very challenging brief, clearly. Tommy's here, as we know. We can pick his brains as the morning goes on. A little later than we'd expected, but I'm sure you'll all appreciate with because the Minister did go into a lot of detail, a lot of information this morning in the public domain that I certainly was not aware of, and that information now up on the Department's website, so it's something that we will pour through. I have a copy in front of me and we'll be able to dissect it as we go through the day. So lots to talk about, but right now time for tea and coffee. Enjoy, and we'll see how things go later. what we're here. So if everyone can make their way back, everyone mostly back through. So it was a shame, I have to say, that the Minister couldn't stay any longer. I had a list of questions that long before I opened the mic to the floor, but at least listen to one expressing her concern. But we've got lots more time now to thrash out the concerns here among ourselves, and most beneficially of all, to share the experience where, of course, welfare reform has been implemented, in some cases in full and in other cases with selected omissions. Now, I'd like to together, if you would, for Paul Callaghan. He's from the Northern Ireland Citizens Advice Bureau, and he'll walk us through the next discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Callaghan.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, unfortunately, I've some bad news about Crimjit. Crimjit Singh's flight was cancelled this morning, so he was unable to actually physically get here. So clearly, Crimjit is very apologetic and frustrated, as well as I'm sure everybody in the room will be, not to hear firsthand what he was hoping to share with us. But he has said that he's going to email across which he was planning to make, and we're going to make everybody, so you'll have access to that, and hopefully that will inform the discussions maybe throughout the day, if we can get it over very quickly, or certainly over the next number of days and weeks as we delve more and more into some of the issues that are coming up. And I think particularly in light of some of the stuff that the Minister said earlier about changes to discretionary support, Crimjit might have some useful insights in that he's been able to reflect in his presentation, but we'll see what comes across. Secondly, Lynn Williams, who's going to be one of our speakers, she's from the Scottish Council for Voluntary Organisations. She's in real trouble as well, not in the washing powder or frozen sense for anybody with young kids, but in terms of transport. Delayed by 2 hours from Glasgow. We understand that she is either in the latter stages of her flight or about to land, and she will be with us shortly, so she should arrive in at some stage. And we'll be able to hear from her, but we're just working a little bit on the hoof. We're pleased to say, though, that Steve Cullen from Warrington CAB flew in yesterday, so there are no transport issues. So just like Doctor Who sometimes, time travelling challenges, Steve is going to be able to share some of the experiences from a Universal Credit Pathfinder area in the west of England with us today. And I think it's interesting to reflect on some of what the Minister said and some of the other comments that have already been made about this wider debate. You know, some of the things that there are a lot of unknowns still about welfare reform, both in terms of what's going to happen here or not going to happen here, and also what is actually happening across the water, looking at the theory compared to the practice. And some of what we're trying to do today is to tease that out a little bit and understand it a bit more. But what we do know is that, as the Prime Minister said in the clip earlier, this is the biggest change in the social security system since the foundation of the welfare state, and it's absolutely massive, both in terms of scope and in terms of scale. So most of the people in this room will understand the scope element of that very, very well, the range of benefits and tax credits and other supports to people who are on low incomes or out of work, and how that's going to affect them and affect you in the work that you and your organisations do on a day in, day out basis in a very valuable way. Also in terms of scale, there are profound implications. And clearly we've had 2 discussions of scale, I think, over the past in particular. There's a lot of discussion, and understandably so, of the changes here, and on the part of the Advice Services Consortium, CAB, the Law Centre and Advice NI, and our partners in NICVA, who've been working with us very closely on this whole area and trying to push forward some of the discussion over the past years. We've been contributors to that of the discussion in terms of the earlier conferences that Ursula referenced a wee while ago. And there's a lot of budgetary figures, and millions are being thrown around here and there, and sometimes it's difficult to get a real grasp of what this will mean for people on the ground at times, and certainly we're concerned that maybe people who will be affected don't really understand what is potentially going to come down the line to them. But the scope is massive also in terms of Scotland and Wales and the scale of what is being done there, and that will have an impact on us. So things that are being done around the IT system, for example, if universal credit was to be introduced here, which is obviously a matter for the Assembly and for Assembly members, not that system is working well has an impact on us. But but sometimes these two questions and debates of scale dovetail. I think one of the interesting things is, I noticed some statistics, and again, statistics are being thrown around about universal credit and the cost of it. But if you add up the amount of money that the National Audit Office has already confirmed as being written off or written down, those two terms together, the system for universal credit, it's more than the cuts that were mooted yesterday for the Department of Social Development, the Department of Education and Child Maintenance payments put together in Northern Ireland in any given year. So that's the scale of what's going on across the water. And when we came together to discuss this particular conference and working with NICVA way back before the summer, we thought it would be useful to maybe try to focus of the debate a little bit and take it away from the millions and sometimes indeed billions and the legislative focus of the debate, which is very, very important, and that's going to go forward in parallel. But we thought it would be useful to maybe the debate a little bit more in terms of reflecting on the experiences of actual advice providers and individuals who've been affected by changes in England, Scotland and Wales. And so that's where today's conference has come about, to try and inform our future deliberations in part by the impact of changes to clients in Scotland and Wales, and obviously in particular in England and Scotland, because that's where today's two speakers are coming from, both in terms of individual clients and also in terms of the organisations that are working with them, both in the advice sector and other voluntary and community organisations very often, who are trying to do very valuable work to support people who are facing hardship and facing changes in various different ways. And when we made that decision, we didn't know that dispatches would be on Monday night, so it just shows that we were maybe a little bit ahead of the game, although it takes longer, I think, to organise a conference like this than to set up a dispatches programme. And some of you might have seen Steve from Warrington CB on that programme. And one of the things that I took from that, and I won't get into the ins and outs of what was in the programme, because Steve can obviously speak better about that than I, and I'm sure Lynn will touch on it as well. What I took from that more than anything was that when the Minister talked earlier, quite rightly, about the theory of welfare reform being about removing the so-called benefits trap, and I think all of us in theory would agree with that nobody should be trapped on benefits where the problem would be the system. That's a whole different debate, but if that was ever the case, I don't think any of us would want to see that reality. But in actual fact, what we're seeing in practice, and what the dispatches programme highlighted very much, was that the actual reforms themselves for people, even on the basis of the terms that the government are setting out for themselves. So regardless of whether or not we necessarily, whether we agree with what the government is setting out to do, the government across the water is clearly feeling lots of the clients to the changes already in the universal credit pathfinder areas, and indeed in terms of many of the changes around PIP and everything else. So Steve, I think, is going to talk about his experience and his Bureau's experience of that in and around Warrington, and Lynn will hopefully touch on that as well a little bit over the next hour or so, as hopefully she arrives in from the airport. And as the Minister said earlier on, he said he was here not just to listen but to hear. I'm sure that all of us want to both listen and hear what Steve has to say, and maybe patch off some of what Steve and Lynn are going to say about the experience across the water with some of the interesting things that the Minister has said this morning in terms of what may be on the cards over here in terms of derogations and deviations from the practice over there. So without any further ado, and thanks to the cue from the mobile phone, I'll hand over to Steve.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, conference, and can I say thank you for inviting me over. I did fly over yesterday because I was fearful of being late for conference, so as always in CAB, prepare, you will fail. And I've got to thank everybody for their hospitality. It's been absolutely marvellous. I met some wonderful people last night, and I'm meeting even more people this morning. I've got some slides. I'll apologise now, they are quite busy and full slides. We will get through them, but it will take you through our perspective in Warrington implementation of the welfare reform. Quite wide. They're much more than just universal credit, as Paul alluded to with you already, with transition from incapacity benefit onto ESA. Warrington, there was a debate about whether we should even enter the Pathfinder scheme. The bill had been passed, it was happening, it was coming to us, and the partnership in Warrington, the Warrington Partnership, local authority, advice agencies, Job Centre Plus, all of the partners around the table were committed to go into the Pathfinder, to take an early lead on preparing for it, identifying people who were going to be affected by it, try to come together more, try to cooperate more, to alleviate some of the problems that nobody is any doubt of the impact of some of the reforms. So we'll whisk through the slides. I'll just click a work. Sorry. Okay, as you've heard, reforms is absolutely huge. The biggest reform since 1948, with the introduction of the welfare state. The rhetoric behind it and the policy behind it to ensure individuals always benefit from moving off welfare benefits into work, to make the benefit system fair, both for recipients and the taxpayers. Is about this growing concern of the public, and what we've seen overall is certainly the media and the politicians being quite in getting support for some of these policies, and almost, it seems to me, turning ordinary working people on low incomes against people who are claiming benefits. But that is always the case with the media. The other policy aim was to simplify what is a complex system, and it's grown up and developed over a period to meet the changing needs of our population. And so you could see that the was sound. Sorry about this, I'll get this right. The backdrop, stagnant economy, cuts in public funding, and so running throughout this you will face, as we have faced over on the mainland, huge cuts in the public purse, and so who are destined to administer some of these support models are facing huge cuts, and the dilemma they're facing is raising the thresholds for access to adult social care, protecting services to the most vulnerable, and so about that, it's no mean feat to manage the huge budget cuts. And then, of course, we've had the growing cost of essentials, gas and electricity prices, holds on wages, nobody seeing any rise, and for the first time we've seen rises in social security payments below inflation levels, and so even the incomes of those where the law says it is the minimum amount you need to survive on, the rises are being below inflation levels, and so naturally they're going to find it harder and harder. In Warrington, the Pathfinder area, we were selected along with about 5 or 6 other local authority areas. In terms of size, we're about 3/4 of the size of Belfast. We've got a population of about 5,000 people. We have some of the most affluent wards in the country, but equally we've got some wards and some super output areas that are in the worst 10% areas of deprivation in the whole of the UK. They tell us that we are now coming out of the recession, and that we have an economy that equals that of the southwest. And we're certainly getting some new building, but it does seem to me that some of our communities and some of our residents are being left behind with those advances. And of course, in order to make work and make work pay, there has to be work there. There has to be employers that will work with these people. There has to be organisational commitment to bridge the skills gap. So all of those challenges are still there with us in Warrington. Quick, the timeline from 2011, the advice agencies here would already be aware of this, conversion to benefit and SDA and income support, and the new work capability assessment. That today remains our biggest area of work on the mainland, poor decision making with ESA. And when we were listening to the Minister this morning, it is absolutely fundamental that whatever system comes in, it has to be administered and implemented appropriately and fairly. And the advice room will know that for many years, the bulk of their work and the bulk of the problems that people bring to them
of poor decision making and poor administration of whatever the regulation is there. It is not being administered and implemented in an appropriate way. And so in the new system, it is absolutely abundantly clear that no matter what concession you have, and I'm extremely envious of some of these concessions, I wish we had them on the mainland, that if the system behind it doesn't implement it appropriately and timely and fairly, people will lose out and they will suffer. Lady on the floor mentioned the limits to contribution-based benefits. Like you, over the last 18 months, we've seen a fair few people come through our doors, suddenly finding that their benefits have stopped. It's been raised, it's been a massive social policy issue over on the mainland. And of course, the answer to it is, you know, unless you then, that family falls into the means-tested system, your income will be down £6,000 a year. And so unless you fall into the means-tested benefit system, your income will be down. And you will fall into, or some of those people, not everybody, remember some partners work and have got huge incomes and pensions and things like that, but some of those families, their income will just be above you know, the income support levels. And so the growing cohort of people over on the mainland are the working poor. You know, I'm forever going out talking to groups and the media and people over on the mainline, reminding them that the biggest recipients of welfare payments in the land are older people, and these reforms are age, okay? And so the bedroom tax occupiers are probably older people because they've lived in those properties all their lives. Recipients are working people with the working tax credit system. It is only a minority of people who are unemployed and on incapacity benefit, but it seems to me that they are and brought forward as a group that need moving along and pushing off, and you know, they are the people that trapped. We saw the changes to lone parent income support entitlement changes, and over the years I've seen that drop from 18 to 16 to 14 to 12. It's now 5 years old. A single parent with a child that achieves 5 has to be signing on and seeking work. Commentators over on the mainland are predicting that if this carries on, it will go down to 3. And of course that brings in the other huge problem is childcare and the availability of childcare and matching it to the hours of the jobs that are available. In Warrington, we're a service sector industry with shifts do not meet and do not match the childcare availability. And so unless something to improve the childcare and availability and the cost of childcare, which is huge, you know, some of these people, you know, want to find work but are unable to do so. So we've got the lone parent income support changes, the new sanction process from October 2012. Sanction processes on JSA and on employment and support allowance for those people who were in the you know, work support group, and again that's become a huge social policy issue with Gillian Guy, the Chief Executive of Citizens Advice on the mainland, saying that it's almost become a culture of sanction and ask questions. So a huge amount of our work is challenging the sanctions process, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. Cuts to child benefit, you're seeing the universal benefits starting to be affected, and I think that after the next election, if there is more, especially around housing costs, the system will be more restrictive and up to date, more accurate personal data. Unintended consequences, when we came to a group of people, statutory, third sector, private sector, we see that some social groups would be excluded, the digital divide, those people who lacked literacy would perhaps struggle with the system. Severe consequences for errors in the system. It's a great idea to have all your benefits wrapped up in one claim and one pot. Mistake. You know, more of your benefits and more of the amount will not arrive. One of the benefits of having different pots of money, you always had some income coming in, would be continued paid. You know, one of your other benefits, it would only be one benefit that you lost. So the consequences of errors have a greater impact and I'll talk about the hardship on individuals as we go along. Obviously decreased levels of household spending, increased levels of household debt, increased homelessness, and make no bones about it, there's been a rise in social landlord rent arrears over on the mainland as a direct consequence of this system. Some people were saying it had the potential family breakup, more social problems, more financial problems, more relationship problems. You know as well as I do that when social welfare problems hit a family and they hit them hard, it can relationships. Potential for domestic abuse, the Minister was talking about, a member of the family. If the male is a perpetrator of domestic violence or alcohol problem, it's not perhaps the wisest thing to make them the lead recipient of the money. Greater impact on mental health due to the stresses of the ongoing hardship. And some people were saying an impact on crime, health and wellbeing and community cohesion. And if you think about the sanctions regime or people living for weeks at a time with no money whatsoever. Universal credit today on the mainland and you do everything right and they administer it correctly, you will see your first payment in 5 weeks' time. And if you look at some of the people that you will be dealing with it, living for a week or 2 weeks without any money whatsoever is almost unthinkable. There were people worrying about how people would cope with that. So our response was that we had to prepare, we had to get ready, we had to collaborate. We were specifically worried about the expansion of the under 25 housing costs being expanded to under 35s. So now on the mainland, if you're under 35 and you come into the system and you're not in a social landlord property, you will get a shared room rent, which is about £45 a week. So last week I had a guy come in who's worked. He's lost his job through no fault of his own. He lives in the private sector house. He rents a terraced house for £95 a week, and immediately his housing costs have been slashed by half. So 3/4 of the way through his tenancy, that tenancy will be terminated and he will be facing homelessness if he doesn't get a job in the next couple of months. And so, that's difficult. And the research that we found is that, young people can live at home independently. Some people have to go out there and find social housing. The harsh figures are that with the cost of living and the price of gas and electricity, you just cannot afford to live independently in the community. And the biggest cohort of people being evicted by social landlords has for the last few years been under 25s for a variety of reasons, and we can see that going up to under 35-year-olds. Our largest social landlord, previously council house stock, has had to put in hundreds of thousands of pounds in support. They've had to introduce a pre-tenancy support system. Some people will say that they're sifting people to see who they're going to take on as tenancies. What they're doing is making people fully aware of the cost of a social landlord tenancy when they're not working. As a result of that, they're finding that some young people are deciding not to take the tenancies on. That's a good idea with the parents, but it's led to them having stock that they can't let. So it's one of the harsh realities. We formed a Welfare Reform Action Partnership. We have a local strategic partnership. So between us, with appropriate data exchange, we were able to identify who would be most at risk. We set about awareness raising to the public and to other agencies and trying to ensure that our information and advice services were able to respond, but that was in a climate of cuts and swinging removal of legal aid. At the same time as they were implementing this, they were removing out of scope debt and welfare benefits from the legal aid system. So we saw advice agencies losing the most talented welfare benefits advisors and debt advice staff at the very time that they were some of our residents. We fared a little bit better in Warrington. We had a greater spread of income. So as of today, I've managed to keep our debt advisors and welfare benefits advisors. The authority is facing another £17 million hole come April, so I don't know whether I'll be facing cuts in January, along with many other agencies. Driving forces against the reforms are obviously financial literacy and the public's access to internet. If you're going to have a system that's digital by default, people need to have access to the internet and the skills to be able to do that. But even where people have the digital skills, people on low incomes often couldn't afford internet packages, and so it's a much wider problem. And obviously we were going into the Universal Credit Pathfinder, so it almost demanded that we come together to prepare, no matter how hard it is. And this is the message that I will give to you. If this is implemented, it doesn't matter how hard it is, you've got to prepare for it. You've got to do your best. But advice agents in the main, that's what you do the best. But it isn't going to be easy. Sort of like welfare reform pathways, we were able to look at who'd get a single impact, who'd get a double impact, looking at their low-level support needs, high-level support needs, and that would dictate the level of single or multi-agency response. I have to tell you in all of this that the painfully slow rollout of universal credit has defeated all of this, because it's been so slow that many people have forgotten all about it. So here's the stats at the moment, after 18 months. Any statisticians in the audience? Anybody au fait with how people can interpret things of however they want? Because some really interesting stuff when you start looking at some of these things of who they count, who they don't count, and who they classify. But the facts are that in the 18-month period, only 30,000 claims were made to universal credit. And up until September 2014, only 16,590 started the claim. So that means there's been a drop-off rate during the claiming period, and we don't really know the reason for that. Could be myriad. In that 5-week period, it may have got a job. And that's one of the anomalies. If you get a job in week 3 of your claim, you won't receive anything at all from universal credit. You will be 8 weeks before you get paid. So there's some real anomalies in there. 70% are males and 60% are under 25. And so the rollout in the Pathfinder areas has been restricted to new claimants who've never been in the system before, not in receipt of any other benefit, single people with no children. So the easiest, most straightforward cohort of people to test the system out. And Lord Freud and the ministers have been saying the reason for the slow rollout is to stress test the system, to learn by mistakes, to constantly improve, and you will make your own mind up at the end as to whether that is being achieved or not. The current caseload in England and Wales is 14,170 claimants only. It was envisaged that by this stage there would be 1 million people on universal credit. Okay, and the potential is that eventually the vast majority of low-income people in the country, whether you're working in ill health, signing on, or working and previously received a tax credit, will go through the universal credit. So many, many millions of people will have to go through this system. And so it has to work, doesn't it? They have to make it work somehow. 80% from the northwest of England. Some interesting reading. I encourage people to pick up these reports. Some of them are a year old now. The Local Government Association and the Centre for Economic and Social Inclusion report that's available online have estimated the income benefit of claiming households will on average lower by £1,600 a year. That's a combination of rising cost of living, reducing benefits, wage caps and things like that, but that's the average. Higher in London, £1,900, and it's interesting that a lot of these ideas have been London-centric ideas. The bedroom tax and the benefit cap, have been London-centric. They found that already within the first 6 months the impact was disproportionate by higher in the north. Coast also suffering the bigger impact because of transitional population of seasonal work and things like that. 59% of the welfare reforms fell on working households. Yeah, surprise, surprise. It's often overlooked by the media and most members of the public. It will catch people on low incomes, part-time work, etc., etc. And they concluded at that stage there was a high degree of uncertainty about what the positive impact on employment would be from the Universal Credit Programme. I'm not seeing them change their mind yet, but we'll have to wait for the next report to come out. Paul alluded to this one, the Commons Public Account. And if you look at the membership of this committee, it is predominantly Conservative Party members. It's chaired by, but there's I think there's one Liberal on there, a couple of Labour, but it's predominantly, it's a truly multi-party committee. And they looked at the early progress of universal credit, and you know, Margaret Hodge there, you can see the quote, the pressure to deliver the programme of that magnitude created a fortress culture where only good news was reported and failures denied. I still suspect that's going on today as we speak. But there were many conclusions of that Public Accounts Committee, and one of them was pretty strong, and that was that the pilot programme was inadequate. It didn't deal with the key issues that universal credit must address, and that's the volume of claims, their complexity, changes in claimant circumstances, the need for claimants to meet conditions for continuing entitlement, which are quite onerous, and the security of information to prevent fraud. That's a pretty damning condemnation from a government committee. National Audit Office, we're looking at the cost. Paul alluded to the huge amount of spend on this. There's a committee, you can look up their reports, it's called the Major Project Authorities Committee, that looks at any major government project, IT system change, health service and things like that. And because of their concerns, the government, they called it a reset. It's the first time I've ever seen the term reset. Instead of saying it's failed, start from scratch, go back and fix it, they've termed it a reset. And a lot of the initial huge IT spend that had been evaporated was written off, the software and the hardware. So, you know, they're still developing. They found last year, you know, 3/4 way through last year, that they had no detailed blueprint or transition plan. They hadn't really thought it through. The department lacked a detailed view of really how it's meant to work. The Minister this morning talked about the policy and the drive, which, you know, it's hard to disagree with, but is every vulnerable member in our community is going to be able to participate and be brought along with this. They said that the programme may still go on to achieve considerable benefits to society, but they must learn from their early mistakes. Here's a more recent one which I'd recommend to you. That's a Joseph Rowntree Foundation, published in June this year. And that was specifically looking at the impact of welfare on social landlords and their tenants. It doesn't look at the impact on people living in the private sector. People struggle perhaps more so. But their research was centred around quite a number of registered social landlords in the south, viewing tenants and looking at a range of longitudinal data that was out there. But we're saying that tenants are faced with really difficult decisions, such as cutting back on essentials, the old heat or eat pressures that they face. It highlighted, interestingly, a changing relationship between social landlords and their tenants. The social landlords have found that they've had to invest heavily in support packages, quite rightly so, but the knock-on effect of that is that they have less investment to build new homes. And one of the national problems that we're facing is a lack of affordable homes in the UK. Their conclusions included that the reforms may well end up making tenants more, not less dependent. People on low incomes, both in work and out of work, are more vulnerable to debt and eviction. That the focus on existing properties and tenants limits the landlord's ability to build more. As I mentioned before, social landlords increasingly excluding the poorest applicants. There are social landlords that we need mixed communities, you know, where our estates are not wholly populated by people on benefit. It's one of the reasons that we have, you know, areas of deprivation for a variety of reasons. So allocation policies are really, really important. But how you achieve that is but in the pre-tenancy work, we've seen deselect, we've seen not suitable for tenancies. They've tightened their policies on tenants at making applications who've got previous rent arrears. You know, they've driven that rent down to 300 quid. So currently in Warrington, if a tenant applying to a social landlord has had previous rent arrears of 300 quid, no matter whose fault it was, it could have been for the most understandable reasons, they're automatically barred off the choose a home process. So, you know, there are things driving against policies there that are making it hard for people to get a foot on the social landlord ladder. And I'm a big advocate of registered social landlords because of their ability to know their tenants better, and they do have support workers that they start to address rent arrears with people and you know, engage with people. The problem should be solved easier, but that relationship is becoming ever more difficult. We've got the dilemma in Warrington of a social landlord moaning about having properties that they couldn't let at a time when we've got rising homelessness. You know, we're saying we'll fill those properties tomorrow with you, you know, if you'll just let us. But you can see that the almost tale of two cities, with where the income generation from rent drives their business in new builds and support services. And if the rent is not coming in for whatever reason, or they've got voids, you know, it's very difficult for them to achieve their aims. Risk of rising homelessness, and we've certainly seen a rise in rent arrears in Warrington and a rise in possession actions, not just because of the welfare reforms, but because of the austerity cuts and the recession. And interesting one, because of the government always quoting the private sector, the panacea for all ills in our community, and will step into the breach. The Joseph Rowntree Trust felt it's possible that the reforms could possibly cost the government more as more people are pushed into privately rented properties, which are generally higher rents. And so will the housing costs be bigger? It's one of their conclusions.
Stephen, just wondering, sorry to cut across you at this point in your presentation, but so many people in the room probably have questions about what their fears are when we can see what's coming tumbling down the track. If you would, is there anything more you'd like to say, or would you be happy to take questions at this point?
Yeah, I've almost finished, because these are the practical issues, these are the problems now coming through our door that will come through your door. Maybe in a lesser degree with some of the concessions that you're facing. So, as I said, despite the fact of a huge partnership work to prepare for the reforms, it's been undermined by the slow rollout. You know, people are forgetting about the welfare reforms because they're not in the programme, and that's impacted on not only the training of our staff, but us going out and training other people to prepare for universal credit. We've only got, after 18 months, 1,600 people on universal credit in Warrington, and most of those are under 25 and living with parents. Poor decision making is still our biggest problem, as I alluded to. All the benefits. Mandatory reconsideration of ESA and universal credit is causing massive hardship. On the mainland, we had huge backlogs of appeals to the courts and tribunal system, and advice agencies were having high rates of success winning those appeals for reasons obvious to yourself. But it got to the stage where even the courts and tribunals system were complaining to government about the backlogs, but more importantly about the obvious poor decision making of the Department of Work and Pensions. Tribunals were saying the evidence was there from day one. Why did you make this decision? I was talking to a from one of the Northern Ireland bureaus, and we faced the same. I have seen under ESA clients who are the most ill physically, poor mental health, the most long-standing deteriorating health conditions, being given nil points by private sector contractors and being told you are fit for work. There is something radically wrong with the system. And so we've been clogged with work on challenging those findings. And that is part of the problem. So, and again, the Minister, I'll go back to what the Minister said this morning, whatever comes in, you will be impacted by poor decision making and poor administration of those regulations. You know, only implement things and decide things properly, your workload would be alleviated. We've got difficulties with communication, DWP, digital by default, you know, they're texting people and leaving voicemails and multing data, so there's something radically wrong there. And people have come to I've gone to the bank and universal credit, you know, and then we manually pay, you know, so human intervention biggie doesn't seem to be able to cope with activating reported changes of circumstance. Already we're getting young single people where they're moving with partners with children, they're getting jobs, they're losing jobs, they're moving houses, and the system does not seem to me to be able to cope with people's real life situation. That's the ethos and the policy behind universal credit, that it will react seamlessly to whatever your changes of circumstances will be. So if you're in work and you've got fluctuating hours or a 0 hours contract, your payment should seamlessly follow that and you should get regular payments. The idea about making work pay, but it seems to me the system is struggling with that one. Complex cases, call them complex cases. I just see it as being people's, your customers, my customers. This is life, isn't it? The change, the relationships change, people's lives steady. So they're not complex to us, but complex to the UC credit team, and they are having to deal with those on a case-by-case basis and often rebuild those claims manually. We've had evidence of clients in these complex cases being encouraged to wrongly end their claims. We've had repeated reports of clients being told, well, you know, anyway, or the best thing for you to do is stop this and claim something else, and they claim something else they can't because you credit pathfinder area. Insiders call it the lobster pot. I think I mentioned this before, that the idea behind universal credit is that once you're in it, you don't get out of it, because whether you're working or off sick or fit for work or JSA, you stay in it, so it should change with your circumstances, and yet we've seen people being told you need to stop your claim and come out of it and suffer as a result of that.
Just given all the challenges, it sounds like perfectly honest say that people in this room how best to equip themselves for tumbling down the track towards.
Your advice services need to be prepared, training-wise, to look at the regulations and how to challenge. Support services in the community, able to encourage people to as early as they can and seek help as any help with budgeting skills out there. The direct payments of rent should alleviate some of your customers' problems, but you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that the rent will arrive in their account, and their account will still be showing rent. Very difficult when behind the scenes there's something apparently fundamentally wrong with the administration and the computer system. The Minister mentioned, let's not talk about it, but if you cannot administer it and make it work, it will achieve what it's setting out to do.
And just on that point, I mean, much has been made of the fact that what's been proposed for Northern Ireland is tailor-made to our situation. There is, in fact, we even have our own discretionary support scheme. There's discretion around implementation of tax. Is that kind of a double-edged sword, and that's good potentially if it's administered properly, could really clog up the system because it isn't going to for every particular time.
Exactly. You got to ask yourself in the amount of the budget that's being given to your local authorities to administer, is it going to be enough for the cohort that's going to be affected? We have housing payments over on the mainland because of the bedroom tax, and it's been eaten up like that last year and this year. It's been eaten up because of the inability of people to be able to move. We haven't got enough property to move people around even if they wanted to. But we've seen really vulnerable people not able to apply, not applying, advise them. I had two tenants who live in specially adapted accommodation. You know, they've got 24-hour care packages. They've got rails and hoists in the property and spare bedrooms. You know, now, you know, they have to apply for them. But they're presented at the bureau in rent arrears and threats of possession action because nobody had actually picked them up and identified them and made the application for the DHP. So I would say to everybody, social landlords and advice agencies and councils and everybody, know your communities and know who's going to be affected and be proactive in going to them, because as you know, people get into difficulties and present late in the day when the problems are much worse.
Let's open questions, because Lynn, I'm delighted to say, has arrived in on the flight. So your opportunity now to speak with Steve. This gentleman in the front, black blazer. Just say who you are.
Very interesting. I mean, the real-time payment of benefits, I think, in terms of universal credit was one of our major worries, and I always dread to see the social security system, anybody tampering around with computer systems always brings dread to me. But one of the things that we have been asking for here in Northern Ireland is the introduction into the bill of a statutory right to independent advice, almost creating a safety net underneath the safety net. So that for people adversely affected, the Social Security Agency would make a referral from that people to a debt advice service or to an advice centre, so that the centre could look at people's needs in a more kind of holistic way, which seems to sort of mirror the partnership approach that you're talking about there and getting prepared for all of this. Would that have proved helpful for you, do you think, a statutory right to independent advice?
It certainly would have done, and it would have helped vulnerable people, but there to help people. We were told that there would be a system where people with existing debts and people with budgeting problems and people with digital shortcomings would be identified and would be referred. There is a pot of money there. The caveat on it is that the referral had to come from the DWP, a single referral. So I've not had access to the pot of money because we're getting no referrals through. They're coming through later on when they're in difficulties. But that right to advice is a perennial problem.
Lady in green.
Thank you. Hi, Zoe Anderson from Start 360. I'm particularly interested in the people who are waiting 5 weeks or more for their payments to come through. I appreciate that a lot of them are under 25 and living with their parents, so therefore have a roof over their heads, but I doubt many parents could afford to feed them and all the associated costs with job searching. So what is happening to these people over the 5, 6, 7 weeks? Where are they turning to food banks? Where are they getting support from?
Yeah, people who are living with the parents are reliant on the parents, but it's been a perennial problem for parents who are on benefits and low incomes that often present with difficulties because of adult non-dependence. Those who are living independently, of food banks, accessing discretionary support schemes from the local authority. So where we've seen the transition of social fund over that was a cashless system. So second-hand white goods, food parcels and things like that. It really was not akin to the social fund that we knew. But then they switched on pretty quickly that for your gas and electricity when you've got no money. So in a way we're fortunate that it has been mainly under 25s and mainly living at home, but what are we going to face when we're seeing more people with families living independently? That's another bubble that's going to come.
Any other questions? Lady at the front.
Brigitte Anton, the Labour Party in Northern Ireland. So now, what I want to say is, we're always talking about, I want to say I'm one of those people who haven't got a job and who has been sanctioned before and had to borrow money from friends to eat. So it is a nightmare. I can't imagine what it's like. I was only 2 weeks sanctioned, but what it's like to be 5 weeks or more without any cash. I think this is one of the things. It's unbelievable that we tolerate it. I think it's just hard to imagine what it means. Also, the whole idea of universal credit was at one point that it would help people more into work. If you have no money, how are you going to apply for jobs? How are you going to actually mentally be able to do a job interview? I've done it. I've gone to London while I was sanctioned for a job interview. But you just can't focus. You have no money, you panic, and you have to you have to tell an employer how wonderful you are, what skills you have, how strong you are, and all that, while nearly cracking up because you have no money. So I don't people imagine that this will get people. So it's like, I mean, I think it's more common that I think we shouldn't tolerate that. I mean, we really should ask more questions, and we really should. I mean, you have to think about the whole system, because I think it's just not working. And it's definitely will not work in getting people into jobs.
Okay, you're talking about asking more questions. There's a gentleman at the back there with his hand raised. If we could take a question from him. Thank you very much.
Hi Steve, Andy Pack from the BBC. I missed the figure that you had of how many universal credit claimants. Was it 1,600?
In Warrington.
In Warrington.
Yeah.
Of that, can you put a percentage on how many you would say are really suffering hardship? And do you think that's a scalable percentage when this is rolled out to millions?
It's difficult because of the number that will be living at home with parents or other family, because that's absorbed within that family. So it's difficult to identify that. What I can tell you is that people who are living independently are presenting with problems pretty quickly. For whatever reason, no money, late payments, sanctions or whatever. Just living without the money for weeks, as this lady alluded to there. The system is actually, you will be sanctioned until you re-engage in the system, or for a set period. But what we've been saying to people is, how do we get them re-engaged early? What does it mean to re-engage? How can they fulfil their job search? It's okay having a carrot and stick, but you take the carrot away entirely and just make the stick bigger. It can be productive, so it's very, very difficult.
It's hard to think of anything positive. Sorry, gentleman in the front, if you'd like to have your question, and then I'll wrap up.
My name is Mickey Bray, the Social Development Committee. It's very clear, you said today, Stephen, watching the dispatches programme, universal credit is not working. Now, the whole issue around social security, it is a devolved matter here in the north, unlike in Scotland and Wales. So we should have the ability to have a system that actually works. So, why would we introduce a system here that simply does not work? And it's very clear, you've just reinforced, well, I think what I am, because there is talk that it could take them 10 years to 15 years to get a computer system that can actually deal with universal credit. So it's, and I agree with what Bob and other people have said, and we have emphasised this on the committee since 2007, and Fran have been on it. Of course, the advice services should have all the support necessary and the resources, but it doesn't matter how good your advice is if you're dealing with a system that doesn't work. So that's the bottom line, and I think I just wanted to make that point.
Steve?
Yeah, I mean, we have pleaded, and we've written to MPs and we've written to ministers to say, don't expand it any further, don't roll it out to any more vulnerable people until you fix what is going wrong with the system.
What sort of reception have you got to that? Is there any sense of flexibility?
No, none whatsoever. They're already announcing, that it's being rolled out in further areas across the country, and announcing that they will be bringing families into the system. But this is a political football, and there's an election coming up next year, and people, we mentioned the fortress of good news. It's almost political suicide to admit that things are not as rosy as they make out. And if they appear to be, Labour, have gone remarkably silent on the welfare reforms because they don't want to appear to be weak on austerity and weak on welfare reform. Everybody agrees about business and doing everything that we can, but there are some key components. But they're rolling it out. They're not listening to us. They're not listening to their own Social Security Advisory Committee.
Just briefly and finally then, and from an objective position in England, you said at the beginning of your presentation that you were extremely envious of some of the concerns that have been won for this part of the world. Yeah. Can you put that in context? How significant do you think they are?
Significant in the direct housing cost to the landlord. That would alleviate rent arrears being blamed on the tenants. You will still see rent arrears because of the late payment regime. The fortnightly payments is clearly a big people with budgeting. I think that's a big concession. The other things around splitting the payments, you've got to ask yourselves how many customers that's going to affect. For instance, the benefit cap, we only had 18 people in Warrington that were going to suffer the benefit cap. That's another London. it was nice to hear about the discretionary funds and the transitional protection, but you really have to do your math about how much money is there and how it's being split up between your authorities and how many people are going to access it. Because transitional protection, we have discretional funds and they are taken up very, very quickly. It's how long they're going to last and is it meeting the need. And on the one hand, we're quite lucky that we've 100 people affected by it, by universal credit. The bedroom tax, there are many more. But I can say they start to reduce the discretionary housing payment or it's tapered down or it's removed altogether. Rent arrears and possession will rocket.
Okay. Steve, there I'm afraid I'm going to have
Okay.
to draw matters
Sorry
to a
for going
close
on.
for the meantime, but thank you so very, very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Cullen. I'm sure you agree that was very, very worthwhile, and Lynn Williams has made the rather dramatic journey to be with us this morning, undeterred by a flight delay. She's managed to make it over. Lynn is the policy officer with O. She's previously spent 3 years lobbying to improve the lives of carers at the Princess Royal Trust for Carers. She also worked for Carers Scotland and Skills Development Scotland with a wide portfolio, including equality, operational planning, engagement in planning for service delivery. Lynn Williams.
Good afternoon. Hello. I'm here, my brain's still in Glasgow Airport somewhere. I've been up since 5:30 this morning, so forgive me if I look a bit frazzled. I probably won't get into the kind of detail that Steve has gone in. This is part of my portfolio at SCDO. I also cover health and social care as well. So as you can imagine, my level of detail probably isn't as detailed as Steve's, but I will try, if I have time, to cover some impact in Scotland. What I want to do, how do I move this on? Just.
Oh, sorry.
Can I go? Oh, sorry. Oops.
Other way. Just press the button on the other side.
Right.
Oh, got them one again.
I have a technical problem, sorry.
Oh, I might have to get Lisa to give you a hand.
Sorry, excuse us.
Is Lisa there? There she is. Sorry, Lisa.
Well, we're trying to sort out the techie problems. What I would like to do is cover a little bit about the history, and I mean recent history in terms of where we are. A little bit about some of the evolution and focus a bit on the bedroom tax. One of the things that if you've been watching the referendum debate for the last while, has been about if there had been a yes vote, what could Scotland have done differently around welfare. So I want to touch briefly on that, and if I have time, a little bit about what SCVO is. I must declare a personal interest in this too, because I'm a carer for my husband who has a disability, and as of next year he'll be covered by PIP, and looking at the regulation, like we're stuffed is the best way to describe it. So for someone who is part of the system, that personal perspective is unique and just a tiny bit scary, but also the professional perspective as well. What I'll also do is cover a little bit about some of the impact on the sector, third sector in Scotland, and some of the research that's happened there. I don't have my slides and my pictures, I'm sorry. I'm just going to start without it, if that's okay. So a little bit of history. What I was going to do is put up a list of what's devolved in Scotland, which comes from the settlement in Northern Ireland. We don't have control of welfare, sadly. And if you've seen some of the publicity from SCV over the last couple of weeks, the Smith Commission, that's something that we're calling for. Though as control of the wider welfare state in the sense of health, social care, education and so on as well. So almost things like welfare is a bit of a missing link in some ways. Split around employability, control over some things around employability support, but we have job centre programmes sitting separately as well. But a little bit of history around how we've got to where we are in Scotland, just briefly. So actually, once the Welfare Reform Bill came into place at Westminster, in December of 2011, the Scottish Parliament took the absolutely unprecedented step of refusing legislative consent for parts of the Welfare Reform Bill, which caused a bit of a, to use a Scottish word, a stooshy in the Scottish Parliament and across Scotland. Now, part of that was driven by the third sector. So SCVO and others were heavily involved in lobbying MSPs, or equivalent of your MLAs, to garner support to actually make a point about what was coming. But what that meant was the ability for the Scottish Parliament to develop its own legislation, which gave ministers some powers to actually legislate to create some protection against the changes that were coming. And that included protecting passported benefits from PIP and also for universities at the time, which we thought was still coming. So, oh, here we go, is this us? Excuse me a second.
There you go. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Apologies to those who are watching this in live streaming. Here we go. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah. So, so what that meant was that political parties, potentially Labour and the SNP, got together to vote down parts of the bill. And so from that was created the Welfare Act in Scotland, which gave powers to protect or create protection around some key benefits. Also meant was that the Scottish Government was asked to produce an annual report to the Parliament on the impact of welfare reform in Scotland and also what the Scottish Government response was. And from there on in, what's happened is welfare reform has become pretty much a key feature or a key part of parliamentary debate over the last couple of years. We also have Minister Nicola Sturgeon, welfare for now until we have November sits as part of her brief. So you have something like this at a very high level within the Scottish Government. We also had created the Scottish Parliament Welfare Reform Committee, which was established in January, and that has been a pretty active committee, pretty interesting, having given evidence to it a couple of times. But they have been active in looking at the impact in Scotland, looking at what the Scottish Government's doing around its transitional support and so on as well. And it's basically what the Scottish Government is doing around mitigation of welfare reform. So a little bit of wider context. Obviously, we've just come out of the referendum debate. I don't know how avidly you watched it. I spent the last 2 years shouting at the telly, crying, laughing, a whole lot of things as well. It's been a pretty interesting time, but welfare was pretty much a key part of that debate, probably from both sides of the campaign. We had a radical independence movement, which was a group of people, substantial people, who were advocating for quite substantial social security reform. We had the Common Weal, which looked at different approaches to welfare, for example, in Scandinavia. And then obviously we had Better Together's part, which was arguing about the potential benefit of pooling and sharing resources. And then, as part of that, I won't say a lot about this, I can answer questions later. In January of last year, the Deputy First Minister set up an expert group to look at welfare reform. I received a phone call in January of that year to ask to join that group. I still can't understand why, but I was asked to join that group as a carer. And part of the role of that was to look at, in the event of a yes vote, what would social security look like in Scotland. So there was 2 phases in that work, and the second phase, which reported in June, began to look at the kind of principles that would be involved in a new system in Scotland should Scotland say yes. And what was interesting is that from we, as a group, actually looked quite strongly at what kind of principles would underpin that, and the journey we envisaged was very different from the journey we're seeing now. So that was the kind of principles focusing on dignity, respect, and also maximum chances, not taking people's life chances away. One of the things that I'm very strong on, and being a carer, is for many people paid work is not a route out of poverty, but also for some people the chance of work is really a distant one. So what kind of safety net do we have and how do we protect them? So that group reported in of this year, and as we move on to where we are now in terms of the Smith Commission, certainly publicly I've said on a number of occasions, can we use the principles that the expert group developed to shape whatever comes out of the Smith Commission in November. Each of the political parties have proposed different elements of welfare be devolved, to Scotland. For some of us, there's a chance to sort of complete circles of support that exist already. So I mentioned employability. For example, SCVO already runs community, but we're tied to because regulations sit. So there's a chance to bring together disparate parts of the package, if you like, in terms of welfare. What we have, SCVO is currently about to put its response in, that's due on Friday, but we are being told by the end of November the parties will have an agreement will be devolved to Scotland. The substantial powers, what that looks like is anyone's guess. So where are we now? Focus on policy has really been on welfare reform mitigation. Although how you can mitigate against, in Scotland, the figure's around about £1.7 billion being taken from the economy, again, is anyone's guess. But the Scottish Government have worked very closely with the third sector over the last couple of years to look at what that mitigation might look like. So, for example, we have seen the advice sector, programmes such as Making Advice Work and money through the lottery called Support and Connect. There's new strands that have been announced recently. But also from SCVO's perspective is that when we did some research last year, the advice agencies like Citizens Advice and so on are crucial, but there's also an element of community-based organisations, things like carers organisations, even things like community cafes have been impacted by welfare reform in such a substantial way that very often the impact on these smaller organisations has been drastically missed. So we're currently working with the government to look at how we address some of those issues for these small organisations. At present, looking at the draft budget, as I did, my figures were absolutely correct. We're sitting around something like £250 million until next year, which has been used to mitigate some of the worst impact. That includes, obviously, mitigation for the bedroom tax, plugging the gap in terms of council tax, which is equivalent to your rates rebate, I think, here in Northern Ireland, and for the advice sector too. But also what we've also what I call wider welfare state commitments. So we're looking at, for example, free school meals expansion, and also the expansion of childcare and significant money going into fuel poverty to tackle fuel poverty. So a few lessons, if you like. Focus just briefly on what devolving a small power looks like, and that's the ability to be on discretionary housing payments. As you can see in Scotland, the bedroom tax has been quite a focal point for activists across the country, and some of the impact has been in the public domain for quite a while. I'm going to take you on a journey as quickly as I can, because the journey took about 2 years, and this is looking at how we got to the point where the Scottish Government is able to mitigate the effect of the bedroom tax in Scotland. So from the very beginning, there's been opposition to the bedroom tax, not surprisingly, because it's probably one of the stupidest policies I've ever come across. So the government has been vocal about calling for abolition, although there's been obviously a bit of political hoo-ha about this, is that did they stall in finding a Scottish solution, has been what the opposition parties have said. So what was happened is that the Scottish Government last year provided local authorities with additional money to try and mitigate some of the impact of that. But obviously, because of the statutory cap and discretionary housing payments, that was limited in what they could do. Some local authorities actually looked at ways to the cap before we got to this point. So my local council, Renfrewshire, had actually allocated money from other budgets to cover some of the cost of this, but they still couldn't breach that cap. So there was still a gap there. So while all this was going on, we were picking up cases of people being affected by the bedroom tax, the kind of cases that Steve had described. The Scottish Government wrote to Lord Freud and asked the DWP to remove the cap or to. This went on for a while, backwards and forwards, political, backwards and forwards in the press, and so on as well. And in May of this year, the Scotland Office replied, offering to transfer the power to vary the cap to Scottish ministers. This was accepted, and there's been some backwards and forwards since that point to make this happen. There's currently a Section 63 order from the Scotland currently progressing through both parliaments just now, and latest at a meeting on Monday I think it was, that's likely to be in effect by the beginning of December. So what that will do is allow us to effectively put funding in place to mitigate the cost of the bedroom tax. Because that order wasn't in place, there was a letter of comfort that was issued to reassure local authorities the cap in June, and that was signed by the key players, Nicola Sturgeon, Lord Freud, as well. My understanding is the plan is to remove that cap completely so that the money will be put in place. Figures vary from between £35 to £50 million to do that, around £35 million. The question that we have raised is the impact on those who would apply for DHPs but are not affected by the bedroom tax, so how has that affected other applicants? One of the key things that came up during the referendum campaign, as I said already, was the ability for Scotland to mark its own path around welfare should there be a guest vote. I want to quickly take you through what happened with the Scottish Welfare Fund. Lines, we had obviously the breaking up of crisis loans and community care grants, and discussions on how that would look like in Scotland, how it had been going on for a couple of years. So from the announcement of the abolition of that part of the social fund, what happened was a lot of negotiation between the Scottish Government and Westminster around how we would administer that scheme. The original cost to do that, where I can't remember the exact figures, but tiny, but the government managed to negotiate additional money to enable us to fully put that scheme in place. It's a scheme which is run by local authorities, national guidelines that are set, and from the very beginning, the third sector has been involved in helping to shape that scheme. So rather than loans, there are grants in place, so both crisis grants and community care grants are grants and you don't have to pay them back. The fund that we got by the Scottish had been managed down prior to devolution. The third sector was involved in shaping training for that fund. It was Child Poverty Action Group who were involved in that. And over the last couple of years of the operation of the Scottish Welfare Fund, the sector has been lobbying really hard around how that fund operates. So in April of this year, we've changed to allow individuals who have been sanctioned to apply for the fund and support for that. There are issues with any of these things as they operate, and there are operational issues with the Scottish Welfare Fund. For example, people not getting to the application stage, or what we call gatekeeping. However, it's there and it seems to be working relatively well. Last year, something like 80,000 individual households benefited from the Scottish Welfare Fund, which is a crisis, so you can imagine what that means. I'll skip the Independent Living Fund, but obviously the abolition of that, I think, is testing a lot of people just now because of the importance for people in terms of their link to everyday life. This will be transferred to Scotland and it will become a national fund, which is then, and it will be shaped by people who are affected by the fund. Wider issues that exist, the issue of language and stigma is a hugely important issue for us in Scotland. You've seen the debate being played out in dispatches and other programmes. We still see, for example, an emphasis on paid work as a main contribution. What's not clear is how different Scotland would be from that. So we have to see that playing out. The whole issue of mitigation when you're reacting rather than preventing crisis is an issue that's playing out in policy terms just now in Scotland. And then obviously with universal credit being back on the table, where does that leave us in terms of the Smith Commission and what happens with that next? Very briefly, how much time do you have about?
It's about 2 minutes if we want
That's
to get some
fine.
questions.
Just very quickly, impact of welfare reform in Scotland, just without figures, just to quickly highlight. Food banks are an issue, a serious issue in Scotland. We have well over 40 by now in all parts of Scotland. The Trussell Trust you'll have heard of, have expanded significantly. They have given evidence to the Welfare Reform Committee, and people are in crisis. That's the situation. Sanctions are a key issue in Scotland. We evidence to the committee in April. That's worth watching. 1st of April, if you get to the Scottish Parliament website, just have your hankies ready. Absolutely heartbreaking. It's a huge issue. Lone parents have been sanctioned significantly, people with disabilities. We've heard can't even describe how bad they are. But this is a serious issue. This is overtaking the concern about universal credit significantly. For the third sector is a massive increase in demand. Last year we did a survey, and over 80% of those who responded had already experienced demand before the main reforms had been implemented. So we're currently doing some more research to look at that, what it means for people. Very much mirroring Steve's comment, less anxiety, the impact on public services, and also the sector's role in prevention, helping families to cope and find a way through things. That's been massively challenged, and we're absolutely seeing an increase in crisis. What it means for the sector is more demand. I think there's no question about that, and that's not just advice organisations, it's all organisations. We were surprised last year at the range of organisations who had seen the impact of welfare reform, from churches right through to citizens' advice agencies and so on as well. And the scale of the impact is such that we need to look at ways of finding a way through it. The partnership is important. Partnership in terms of actually looking at what this means. Just very quickly to finish off, there's a whole raft of research in Scotland that's looked at the impact of welfare reform for a number of groups. SAMH, mental health charity, did some work, I think it's called Worried Sick, and that looks at mental health issues. Inclusion Scotland have done work in disability. HIV Scotland did some work for those with bloodborne viruses, and our own work, which is on our website as well. I'm probably going to finish up there actually, because I can answer questions later on. I think looking at welfare reform in isolation is important, but it's probably missing the bigger picture, and that's how the economy operates. A lot of our work at SAV has looked at, for example, the failure of the economy in the labour market, which pushes people towards the... We have low-wage jobs, 0 hours contracts. How the economy operates is critical in all of this. We know there's more to come. We know that if the Conservatives win next year, that we can expect more benefit cuts. Whether Labour will make a difference is a good question. But in all of this, in your planning as you look ahead, is to think about the people who are at the end of this story here. People's lives are being affected by this, working families, people who are poor, people who are vulnerable already. So in your planning for that is never to lose sight of that story. What you will see, I think, are divisions that exist being widened already, and inequality increasing. And the focus of the Scottish Government has changed in that sense of looking at what inequality means, and that's good. So nothing short of a collective response will do. It's coming, it's happening, and we have to respond to it. Just quickly before we finish, this is some of the work around this. My noggin there with my blog, if you want to read me ranting about welfare reform, I blog in the reg. So we have a welfare reform hub that includes will include access to funding for the third sector, and also a database of organisations who provide support in Scotland, and that's ongoing there too. And that's our website. So thank you very much for your time. It's a whistle-stop tour. Thank you.
If you maybe just want to stay for a moment or two, and perhaps questions from the floor, just as we get the mics back into place. Perhaps I'll put the same question to you that I did with Steve. From your perspective, how do we go about having this sector ready to deal with what's coming down the track?
Okay. I think firstly, as collective a response as you can have. One of the things we've struggled with, I think, is the sector, as you know, is very plural. Focused on different groups. So where we have been more effective has been when we've worked together to challenge things. So for example, on the Scottish Welfare Fund, what we found was people who are obviously in crisis accessing the fund. We knew there was issues that were coming around that. So collectively, we consistently pressed the Scottish Parliament to look at this, and they changed the guidelines. So it shows you that collectively what the sponsors can do. It's looking at what resources you have just now, you know, how fit are you just now as sector organisations? Have you experienced cuts or standstill budgets over the last few years? Because that means you're starting from a worse starting point, if you like. So what resources do you think you actually need? But also to look more widely at the sector as a whole, not just, you know, advice organisations are critical, but there's a whole network of support out there. So what kind of assets do you have already around welfare reform? Really think outside the box, I think, is important. So the role of churches, peer support groups, condition organisations, disability organisations, all of these will have a role and a part to play. And lobby, I think, keep lobbying, because what scope do you have here to make change? Probably more so than we do in Scotland, but what scope continually lobby and be a voice? That's a bit harder with the Lobbying Act, but we've taken a stance that we're going to continue anyway, so bring it on, Mr Mundell.
Any more questions from the floor here? I know a lot of the points were covered by Steve before you began. Lynn, you were talking there about 80,000 people experiencing severe stress as a result of the welfare reform. What evidence is there to say that it's because the system has failed as opposed to people not knowing what to apply for and going through it appropriately?
It's probably a bit of both, actually, I think. The 80,000 figure comes from the Scottish Government for the Scottish Welfare Fund, which is part crisis and part community care grants. But obviously community care grants actually cover people who can't afford things like basic household goods. Probably the strongest evidence comes from people like the Trussell Trust, who have looked at food banks, and the bulk of their clients, I can't remember the exact off the top of my head, but the bulk of their clients were being affected by welfare reform changes, maladministration, as Steve described. The bedroom tax saw an increase. I was at a food bank conference in April last year, and there was a marked increase there already. So the maladministration issues, I think, are important. The 5-week delay that Steve talked about, which has come in just now for other benefits will be introduced to universal credit, I think will be significant, as people having no money at all in the first place and having to wait maybe 5, 6, 7 weeks before they actually get something through the door. So yeah, I mean, people, what we see from organisations, you know, lone parent organisations, disability organisations, citizens advice colleagues as well, as people who are coming who have and have got absolutely nothing to live off of. They have, every safety net has failed them. So there are questions that we have to ask of ourselves, but also the fact that this is a made political decision. People have been left with no food, no money, no heat.
Question, gentleman at the front side, Mickey Brady there.
Thank you, Ellen. That was very impressive. But you said that you're also a carer and you'll be directly impacted by the introduction of PIPs. Could you explain?
Sorry,
you'll be directly impacted by the introduction of PIPs.
Yeah.
Explain some.
From my perspective, yeah. I mean, basically, it's the 20-metre rule. So my husband is a spinal injury patient, and he can propel 20 metres and he can do things for himself, but he's dependent on me for other things. So going by what that says and going by the guidelines, we will have to, you know, I'm assuming we'll have to appeal for that, and he is not well at the moment, so we're dealing with the worry of potentially, he's also over 65, but he missed the cut-off point. So, you know, my worry is next year we'll have to fight for disability benefits. But what that means potentially is, hopefully not, is losing the car, the mobility car, which is, to replace that will be, you know, it's the worry. I think you mentioned yourself, is the worry from me as a carer, is knowing that if we have to fight that system, what will that look like?
Just thinking back to what the Minister was talking about earlier, Lynn, he suggested medical evidence for personal independent payment, proposing that the Executive provide additional funding for medical reports as part of the PIP decision-making process. It's proposed that where a medical report has not already been provided, then one must be received prior to a claimant receiving an unfavourable decision, reduction or disallowance on their benefit. Would that help your circumstance?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I think that the issue, there was some kind of issues with medical evidence of last year, where some GPs had refused to do that. I think because of the absolute pressure on them, I can understand that. What's interesting is that I think one of the issues we've picked just now generally are delays in the system. You've seen that already, and that's been the case across the board. Some of the rural areas in Scotland, particularly where they're having to travel across to do these issues, there are delays there as well. Some apparently have been quite surprising. So people who didn't think they were going to get have gotten out of the system. That was discussed on Monday at a meeting we had. So there are some good signs of that. But I think that support around medical evidence to make sure people are going with the right information before they apply, I think is incredibly important. Part of what we're doing just now in Scotland is thinking about what next for welfare, and one of the things is actually ensuring people are prepared for the system so they actually don't get sanctioned or they don't become part. So it's how do you make sure they have got the right information, are applying in the right way, and have things like medical evidence and so on as well.
And just one other thing that strikes me, a lot of people that are here this morning, this afternoon now, are at the coalface, people in desperate need, frustrated, frightened, concerned. You can imagine as someone presents themselves to the counter. Has there been adequate support and training given to people in advice centres, or are we looking at massive expectation from the public at a time when a lot of the advice centres themselves?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly our research has told us that some organisations haven't necessarily been totally prepared because they don't have the capacity to do that. So training is a huge issue. There's good training in Scotland. There's a lot of good training in Scotland that's done on this, and some big organisations will be well prepared. Smaller organisations, maybe with less staff, more of an issue is how you pay for that training. A training budget for those small organisations would be very helpful, so they can then build their capacity up. You have a bit of time to prepare. We didn't really have to do that, so use that time well. So training is a big issue. What training's out there, how appropriate is it into the level of the organisation is a big issue too. So some kind of training budget would make sense, I think.
Okay, any more questions? Lady right at the back corner there. Thank you.
Thanks. Liz Griffith from the Law Centre. And I wonder if you could tell us, Lynn, a little bit more about sanctions. Who is being sanctioned and why?
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of figures flying about. What I would recommend if you get a chance is to look at Dr. David website from Glasgow University. He's done some fantastic work actually drilling down the impact of sanctions and who's been affected. Some of the stuff that's come out from the Child Poverty Action Group, charities like Inclusion Scotland, One Parent Families Scotland, the figures, I hope these figures are right because it's from the top of my head, there's a Freedom of Information request done by a lone parent charity in Scotland, and something like 10,000 lone parents have been sanctioned. I can check that figure and get back. That's right. But if you take it as well, so double that figure. Child Poverty Action Group have got figures on their website which look at sanctions, and I can't remember the month, but certainly something like 700 people with disabilities had received 3-year sanctions, and that might be a UK-wide level, so that's a 3-year sanction. Some of the stories I've heard are, people are complying with the regulations but are being sanctioned anyway. Some people don't know they approach Job Centre Plus and no one can tell them why they've been sanctioned. One of the other issues around lone parents particularly has been there are flexibilities in the system for that, but in some cases they're being ignored. So if your travel to work time is 2 hours and your childcare doesn't open until 8 o'clock, then how do you get to your work? Some of the functionality issues for yourselves, if that could be negotiated, issue. But it's taken us by surprise. We had been focused on universal credit, PIP and so on as well. The sanctions issue has become a huge issue for the sector in Scotland.
Just to be clear on that, because this information only reaching me this morning, this was the letter the Minister referred to that was the church leaders on that. Lynn, you'll have missed that this morning. On lone parent flexibility, the Minister is proposing that existing protections be carried forward under this bill whereby the lack of available childcare provision constitutes good reason that a claimant not be sanctioned, and also that sanctions would be reduced for a maximum period of 2 years rather than 3. So there's a bit of
2 years, 3 years, what's the difference?
There you go. All right, there was another question, I think. Sorry, just at the back here, there's a lady with glasses.
Anne Moore from Save the Children. We noticed the huge energy generated by the referendum campaign, especially among young people. Just wondering, has that appetite for a different kind of society that protects the most vulnerable and protects the environment? Is that appetite still there? And has there been any discussion about how to take it forward? For example, how cuts are correlated with the duty on all the local authorities and on all government departments to end child poverty by 2020?
The energy is still there. It's like giving away how I voted in the referendum. I would hope that debate is still there. It's difficult. The Smith Commission is probably, it's not a stumbling block, however, it's politician-led. So at the moment, we're all madly submitting stuff to the Smith Commission. And if they've got something like 7,000 responses so far, God, the civil servant having to wait through all those, that's all I can say. So yeah, I mean, the appetite is still there. We have seen a change in languages by the Scottish Government, which is helpful in focusing on inequality. They're very vocal about child poverty generally, and we know, certainly figures by, I think it's the End Child Poverty Alliance have been, we're looking at 100,000 extra children in poverty by 2020 in Scotland. The other issue I think that needs to be asked is what powers does the government currently have just now? So that debate's ongoing about, we have devolution here, but where will these additional powers fit? So I'm asking questions around what's actually working. What could the Scottish Government be doing just now? So there are a lot of issues around that, I think, around how we tackle child poverty. It is a key priority. The Deputy First Minister has a ministerial advisory group which involves a lot of third sector organisations, and she meets on a regular basis. So again, from a perspective of the sector has been heavily involved in discussions around where policy goes in Scotland. We've been critical of the government too, obviously. More critical of Westminster, obviously. But yeah, so I think for me, for SCVO perspective, what happens post-November, once the Smith Commission agrees on further powers, is the debate afterwards, and how we then make that a civil society debate and not a political debate as well, so how we can.
Okay, will we give Lynn, just briefly, we'll give Lynn a rest. Okay. But very quickly, go ahead.
I have a question. Again, coming back to sanctions, the question is, because with public sector cuts, a lot of the staff in the job centres are cut, and so there's an extra stress put on staff in the job centres, and there's that the pressure to actually sanction people to meet targets. So my question is, are you working together to look into that as well, like the staff and how the welfare reform has affected public sector staff in the job centres?
We haven't directly, but what is happening is that I know that a number of charities have worked directly with Job Centre Plus districts. So they've gone direct to districts and said, well, what can we do to make staff more aware of the issues facing particular groups? Family Scotland have done work in Glasgow and elsewhere, so that when they are dealing face to face with a customer, they're aware of the wider situation and that sanctions aren't the first port of call. And that seems to have been quite successful. So that direct work with Job Centre Plus is important. I think sometimes they're the kind of scapegoats in all of this, because many personal advisors want to do a good job. I did some work a few years back with Job Centre Plus, and they were fantastic staff, but what they can do is limited. So there is examples of good work with Job Centre Plus, but yes, the issue of targets, I think, has been discussed. If you do go back, the Scottish Parliament website, Welfare Reform Committee, 1st of April, was a session, and there's a lot of discussion around Job Centre Plus targets, and some evidence was given there around that. But yeah, there are examples of the sector actually trying to tackle some of the outline.
Okay, Lynn, thank you very, very much indeed. Very, very worthwhile once again. Lynn Williams there. Well, Lynn, let's be back home to Northern Ireland. What's going on here? We've heard from Scotland now, we've heard from England as well. Mary McManus, though, has been a manager of East Belfast Independent Advice Centre since 2006. It's a comprehensive range of advice services, which includes drop-in advice services, telephone advice and outreach services, as well as specialist representation and debt advice. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mary McManus. Quick top up. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you very much. As Karen has just said, I manage East Belfast Independent Advice Centre, and we're located on Templemore Avenue in Inner East Belfast. This is an area that has been designated as a neighbourhood area, and that means it's one of the most deprived areas in Northern Ireland. And as we provide a range of advice services, it's our ethos to be as highly accessible as possible. Therefore, we have drop-in services because we know that when people, the needs of our community are very urgent at times, and people need advice very quickly. We also people as volunteers, and that's a very highly successful programme with a lot of our volunteers getting employment. For the purposes of today, I think it's really important to set of how things are here before the welfare reform bill is passed, or indeed if it will be passed. I'd like to create a picture of the reality here, and in order to do this I would like to outline some of the circumstances that are unique to here, which is already actually some of it we saw earlier. I would like to examine three to demonstrate some of the current issues for three groups: single unemployed people, those with mental ill health, families. The welfare reform bill is very wide-ranging, so it hasn't been possible to look at all aspects of how people will be impacted. But I'd like to focus on these groups to try and give a flavour, because many of you in the room will already know some of this. There's already been a lot of changes here. Have had the introduction of employment support allowance and the subsequent reassessment of all incapacity benefit claims for this new benefit. There's been a reduction in tax credits payable, reduction in housing benefits for the under 35s and those with private rented accommodation, a reduction in the amount of help with mortgage payments while on benefit, and also benefits have not been uprated with inflation. This list is not exhaustive. Some of the people who use our service a combination of these cuts. Due to the recession, the number of people out of work has increased in recent years, having to claim benefits for the first time. Against the backdrop of these recession, the cost of living has risen dramatically here in recent years. The cost of food rose by 51% between 2000 and 2013. Official figures from 2011 show that 40% of households in Northern Ireland were in fuel poverty. This is worse than the south of Ireland and Great Britain. In fact, it is one of the highest in Western Europe. Despite the rising cost of living, wages in Northern Ireland have fallen. According to a report published in March this year by the New Policy Institute for the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, Northern Ireland's poorest families have fallen behind the rest of the UK after a dramatic. After inflation, incomes for the poorest by 16%, compared by 5% in the rest of the UK on average, between 2006 and 7 and 11-12. Average households saw their income fall by 9% over the same period. The report say the decline is due to rising unemployment and a greater share of workers working part-time. We are also a post-conflict society with resultant high levels of deprivation and the impact of welfare reform report completed for NICVA by the Centre for Economic Empowerment found that Northern Ireland would be more adversely impacted than other areas by welfare reform due to the high numbers of people on sickness and disability benefit. 1 in 10 people in Northern Ireland are in receipt of DLA compared to 1 in 20 in England. The first group I'd like to focus on is single people on job seekers allowance. Job seekers allowance is currently £72.40 per week if you're over 25 and £57.35 if you're under 25. From Monday past, the number of days you must wait before you claim JSA before you're entitled to be paid increased from 3 days to 7 days. And that's also for employment and support allowance. So that means for the first week of your claim, you don't get paid any money. As the amount payable on job seekers will never meet a person's basic needs, they often have to borrow from the social fund to meet their needs. This weekly benefit will then have repayments, reducing the amount the person has to live on for a week. Generally, for those in private rented accommodation, their housing benefit will not cover all their rents, so they must use some of their job seekers allowance to pay their rent. One such case is Joan. Joan is in her early 50s and is out of work and in receipt of job seekers allowance. Due to literacy problems, Joan finds it hard to find employment. She sought assistance from EBAC due to her debt problems. When my advisor, Peter, did a financial statement with Joan, he discovered that she had £42.33 to live on per week after she paid a rent shortfall and deductions were made for a benefit overpayment and budgeting loans. We asked the agency to reduce the deductions, but they were already at a minimum and they weren't changed. Joan has £42.33 per week to pay for food, heating, electricity, phone, toiletries and everything else. We had to access food parcels and seek charitable assistance for home heating oil for Joan. She has other debts and would be suitable for a debt relief order, which would allow her to clear her debts, but she cannot afford the NICVA. This is not uncommon. It's an interesting point to note that for the purposes of debt advice, advisors prepare what is known as a common financial statement using trigger figures that have been agreed by the British Bankers Association and the Finance and Leasing Authority to establish how much disposable income a person has after their outgoing necessities have been taken into account. As anyone who's ever done debt advice will know, that you've always got to make reasonable offers that somebody can stick to. So therefore, you have to allow them the outgoings that they need because if they break their agreement, then they're in more trouble with their creditors. For a single person such as Joan, using the common financial statements trigger figures, she is allowed £149.31 for her outgoings. This is more than double the amount payable on job seekers' allowance for the over 25, and almost 3 times if you're under 25. Interestingly, the financial industry and the Money Advice Trust do not think that those under 25 need less to live on than those over 25. This case shows that the amount paid in benefits is hopelessly inadequate, with the result that many people find themselves in extreme poverty, unable to cover their costs, and must borrow money, which only exacerbates their problems by leaving them in debt. We welcome that the Minister has promised transitional protection for those transferring to universal credit if the Welfare Reform Bill is passed, so no one will be worse off. However, the evidence from the pilot areas, as Steve has shown us this morning, show that there is a high risk of administrative errors which could leave Joan without any money at all for periods of time. The evidence also shows that due to errors, Joan, a private tenant, could face rent arrears which could lead to eviction, leaving her homeless. Joan could end up a lot worse off on universal credit. Joan and other people who find themselves in this situation cannot survive without recourse to charitable assistance to meet basic needs. Without the assistance of an advice centre and the charitable, Joan would struggle to access help from charitable organisations. Joan may benefit from the contingency hardship fund that the Minister has proposed, but that does not resolve the underlying that Joan simply does not have enough money and will always need extra help. No amount of budgeting will make Joan's situation any better. Or no amount of help with budgeting will make her situation any better. The second group is those suffering from mental ill health. Employment and Support Allowance, or ESA, as many of you know, replaced incapacity benefit in 2008. And at this stage, practically all the receipt of incapacity benefit have now been reassessed for employment. The assessment process, entitled the Work Capability Assessment, is carried out by a medical assessor in an assessment centre by Atos Healthcare, still here in Northern Ireland. In the majority of cases, the healthcare professionals treating an individual are not asked to provide information with regard to their condition. The onus is on an individual to supply their own medical evidence. The assessment has attracted widespread condemnation, and under the Disability Discrimination Act, it has been found to directly discriminate against those with mental ill health by the Court of Appeal. Many groups, such as the British Association and the Royal College of Nursing, have called for it to be scrapped. Professor Malcolm Harrington was commissioned by the government to do the first independent reviews of the Work Capability Assessment. Speaking this week on the Radio 4 programme Analysis, he stated, early on, there was something wrong with every step of the system. The principle is sound, but it was mechanistic. The more people appealed, the more they had to wait. As far as they were concerned, they were waiting for a trial in front of a judge to be found guilty or innocent. It was traumatic. And don't tell me, condition, physical or mental, that you were not going to deteriorate in that time. He counselled caution. However, the government ignored his advice and the reassessment of all those in incapacity benefit was rolled out. In our experience, the process continues to be inhumane and cause much suffering and distress to people. Continuous reassessment for this benefit means numerous letters in brown envelopes that cause fear and distress coming through the letterbox. Our colleagues at East Belfast Community Counselling had to contact emergency services when one of their clients showed up having taken an overdose after receiving a letter. In order to illustrate for you the problems experienced by those with mental ill health claiming this benefit, I'd like to tell you about a case of one of the people we've helped. 6 years old and has suffered from depression and anxiety for many years. She was in receipt of incapacity benefit and was reassessed for employment support allowance. She failed the work capability assessment and was found fit for work. Anna asked us to help her appeal the decision. Despite her civil service, she finds their correspondent from the Social Security Agency difficult to understand. Anne, like many of our clients, Anne felt like many of our clients that the medical assessor had misrepresented what she said at the assessment in their report. Anne was referred by her GP to a self-help course in a local community organisation designed to help those suffering from social isolation. The fact that Anne attended the course was used as evidence to show that she could go out, and her benefit was stopped. We requested evidence from Anne's GP. The GP practice contacted us to say that the letter would cost £20 and to ask who would be meeting this payment. As a charity, we don't have the budget to pay for these letters. Therefore, the cost fell to Anne, who was currently in receipt of £72.40 while appealing this decision. Anne paid for the report, which was 1 paragraph long, and due to the fact that the GP premised everything with she stated it would not enable us to have the decision reconsidered before the appeal. It took 1 year. Anne sobbed her entire way through the proceedings. She told our tribunal representative, another Peter, that she had not. The appeal was successful and Anne will now receive £101.15 per week and will receive a backdated amount for the deductions in her benefit while she was appealing. Despite the appeal being successful, Anne told Peter that it would take time to recover from the whole experience. However, unfortunately for Anne, she will be due for reassessment soon and this whole process will begin again. People with mental illness on the social security system are already experiencing severe stress and suffering due to employment and support allowance. In many cases, there is deterioration in their mental health due to this process. Anne's case shows a socially isolated woman who was making tentative steps to help herself, but she was effectively punished by the system as her benefit was stopped, and she had to wait 1 year in a reduced income to have her benefit reinstated. It is not uncommon now to hear that those with mental ill health are afraid to attend courses and volunteer because they are afraid it will impact negatively on their benefits. The process flies in the face of the recovery model used in mental health services, and it also flies in the face of many initiatives that are going on right now in the community, one being the mental health hubs here in Belfast. When trying to assist our clients to appeal decisions, some clients have healthcare professionals who provide helpful information free of charge and others have to pay. I know there is an extreme pressure upon GPs and this has been brought upon them by the government. The quoted prices for report in East Belfast range from £10 to £150. Therefore, not everyone is afforded the same access to justice. It is welcome that the Minister will address this issue with personal independence payment if it is introduced, but it will not resolve the ongoing problems with employment and support allowance. There are long delays in appealing decisions that leave people in mental ill health and financial hardship, causing further stress and a worsening in their career. Without expert assistance and support from the Advice Centre, Anne would have struggled to make a claim for ESA and would not have carried on with the appeals process. If the Welfare Reform Bill is passed in Northern Ireland and Anne is turned down for employment support allowance again, she will be subjected to a mandatory reconsideration. During the mandatory reconsideration, as Steve has told us earlier, no benefit is paid. There's no set time in which to be completed. And as Steve said, it was taken 7-8 weeks. I think the average is 7 to 10 weeks to complete one. So, I mean, the option for a person is to just do without benefit or go on job seekers, but then they have to sign a job seekers agreement saying that they'll do some kind of work. And it's just from one benefit to another benefit back to another, then found that they are unfit for work by an appeal. It's just a nightmare for anyone with mental ill health. So having been traumatised by the employment system, people with mental ill health are not in a position to deal with more changes to their benefits introduced by the Welfare Reform Bill, such as this mandatory reconsideration for employment support allowance and changes that will be brought in by universal credit and personal independence payment. The replacement of incapacity benefit with employment support allowance has been a harrowing process for people claiming the benefit and a very costly one for the taxpayer, with appeals estimated at costing 50 million a year. Now that the reassessment is complete, it turns out that approximately 80% of those who've been in receipt of incapacity benefit are now entitled to employment and support allowance. The number on incapacity benefit had been falling prior to the introduction of ESA anyway. It also now turns out that the numbers on the unemployment support allowance are rising. The policy has achieved the opposite of what it set out to do. So all the suffering appears to have been, all the expense and suffering appears to have been for nothing. The introduction of personal independence payment is already causing a myriad of problems in Great Britain. There are unacceptable delays for assessment, causing huge hardship. Will the reassessment of all those for PIP also be a costly exercise, causing much stress, fear and anxiety to an already vulnerable group, with the result that most people will continue to be entitled to the benefit anyway? With the only difference being that they will have to attend more assessments, complete more forms, every so often attend an appeal to keep their benefit, all at a huge expense to taxpayers such as disabled, all basically at a huge expense to taxpayers such as ourselves and others. Disabled and sick people will cause more suffering, and the only winners appear to be the private companies who have the contracts to carry out the assessments. Moving on to working families. A typical case we deal with is illustrated by the case of Marie and John, who have two children aged 16 and 6. John works 30 hours per week and being paid minimum home £189 per week. Marie receives carers allowance for their 6-year-old child who has cerebral palsy. The family receive child benefit, working tax credit and child tax credit. The family housing association housing association accommodation, and whilst they receive housing benefit, there is a rent shortfall of £78.44 per week. The family are just about getting by. Their 16-year-old daughter returned to school full-time after doing her GCSEs. Despite Marie notifying HMRC of this, the child tax credit, working tax credit award and the child benefit the tax credits were suspended and the child benefit stopped for the oldest child due to an administrative error. This was a loss of £260. It took several weeks for the advisor to resolve the problems, with many phone calls and letters to HMRC. You'll all know this scenario. It's very, very common in the summertime in September. The family suffered severe hardship and we had to refer them to a food bank for food parcels. They struggled to pay for electricity, heating and petrol for their car for John to get to and from work. The family ran out of oil during this time and we had to contact St Vincent de Paul, who provided them with home heating oil. This error also caused housing benefit arrears, as John and Marie could not afford to pay their rent. We had to ensure that the Housing Association were kept informed to protect the case, of the case to protect John and Marie's tenancy. This case illustrates how we have to refer people to food banks due to administrative errors in their benefits and tax credits. And if universal credit is introduced, we can only see this rising. There are now 4 food banks in East Belfast. Before 2008 there were none. 3 have opened in the last 2 years. We do not know the true scale of how many people are being assisted with, as we do not know how many churches are providing assistance to congregations. Between 2009 and 2012, the average annual price of home heating oil increased by 62%. Not being able to afford a fill of oil is a problem for many people we help, both working and non-working. Administrative errors involve a great deal of time and expertise to resolve. With any system, as Steve was talking about, if you have poor decision making and poor administration, then it's just not going to work. Errors also cause hardship, leaving families unable to feed themselves and threatening their homes due to arrears. This family is fairly typical of family. One person is working, one a carer, and children. And if universal credit is only at the moment dealing with single people who live at home, then I dread to think how that, and then I don't know when that system will be a complex case such as John and Marie's. We welcome the Minister's package of measures to mitigate against the most negative impacts of the Welfare Reform Bill and to protect the most vulnerable. However, the evidence from England and Scotland shows vulnerable from the worst aspects of this bill. One of our colleagues was here earlier and he said it's like throwing a bucket of water at a massive fire. It won't protect. I've shown that vulnerable in our community are already experiencing severe poverty hardship before the introduction of this bill. The evidence shows we're starting off in a worse position than Great Britain, and I dread to think of all the ways this bill will cause further harm to the most vulnerable. As a manager of an advice centre in a deprived area, I wonder how we will raise the funding needed to meet the need for advice that this will generate. I wonder how staff will cope with the amount of hardship to deal with. Our clients are on the wrong side of the digital divide. They're part of that 20% who are not online. They will always need assistance to understand incomprehensible communications about their benefits. And I thought the communications we see are bad, but Steve's example is unbelievable. They will always need assistance to sort out administrative errors that leave them penniless. And they will always need assistance with 4+ page booklets, whether that is online or in paper form. Passionate and expert advice that addresses the totality of their needs. In seeking help from us, they're helping themselves. The right to independent advice needs to be written into the bill as another measure to mitigate against the worst aspects of it. And I completely agree with Lynn and with Steve that there has to be a partnership with other organisations who provide support, because the advice sector can't do it alone. And also, with regard to training, social security staff need to be trained. I mean, this is massive to expect them to have to. And they're people too. They'll see the suffering. Family and individuals on a low income, whether working or non-working, and the sick and disabled need a social security system that supports them, not one that causes them avoidable harm. That's all from me.
Mary, if you want to wait a couple of moments and we'll maybe take some questions from the floor. Just as relatively new to a lot of this, Mary, and you speak with such passion and experience clearly about the community from which you hail. Are you frightened about the impact of this?
Completely. I mean, I think there's so many people here from the advice sector sitting in the room, and people from organisations that support people, and I think I speak for everyone when I say it's just unbelievable. I can't believe it. And I agree with Mickey. Why would you? It's not working. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean,
but
it's not
there's a
working.
degree of, or a sense of inevitability about television, despite Steve took part in. What would you say? There are politicians here, there are representatives of some of the departments. What would you say, what can be done to stop what seems like a huge snowball rolling down?
Well, I mean, I think that they have to look at what it's going to cost to implement welfare reform. Is it actually going to save money? I think they have to look at the displaced costs, the cost to health, for example. And it seems to me that it's always about you either introduce it or you don't, and there doesn't seem to be, what about other alternatives? Here to come up with other alternatives. Why are not coming up with other alternatives? Why would you introduce something that's going to cause so much harm to the community? To me, it doesn't make sense. No. And also, I've lost my train of thought.
No,
but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Any questions for Mary, or is she simply expressing? I guess, lady in the lovely jumper.
Mary, as a long-term advisor, one of the issues that I would find most difficult to deal with is maladministration, and the simple administration, accepting it's inevitable and it's coming. I've always found the difficulty is of finding the right person to get things put right when there's been an error or anything else. Would you see getting a system for advisors to speak to and an escalation system being written into the bill as a key way of making it work a bit better?
Yeah, again, I don't think it'll prevent all harm, and I think that issue is actually, it's become harder and harder dealing with the agency to actually speak to a person. It used to be quite easy. We have liaison meetings with our local jobs and benefits office, and we know people, and you just picked up the phone. But then the services were centralised. So, I mean, I phoned up one day, and it's like a voice recognition system. Putting the phone down because in frustration. So for someone for the member of the public or anyone who's in any way ill health, it's impossible. But yes, I would agree with you that there would have to be direct lines, because it's unacceptable. I mean, with HMRC now, it's impossible to get through, and it's absolutely unacceptable. But with they're going to face cuts too, so it doesn't bode well that we'll actually get that.
Being on the wrong side of the digital divide, how many families are you talking about that you would know were affected on a day-to-day basis?
What do you mean, that they don't...
They don't have internet access. They wouldn't know where to begin to claim their...
Well, you see, the thing, this has come up because of the advice strategy. There's a consultation at the moment about the advice strategy, and the people who use advice services need assistance. They're not people who can go online and fill in their application forms. If they could do that, they wouldn't come to an advice centre. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
And there's also,
I'm learning a lot today too. It's good for me to be.
That is if people who were savvy online were going to come and use our service, that's a whole new group of people we'd be dealing with.
The advice sector dealt with 250,000 people last year between the consortium members.
Wow. Yeah. Huge numbers. Any other questions from Mary? Mickey Brady again.
Just to make a point about online, we were told at the committee about 3 years, maybe 2 years ago, that the department had done an exercise in contacting people to see if they'd be happy or would be okay to do an online claims. So when we asked them, of course, they'd only contacted people, they got a 75% reply in favour, but they were only able to contact those people who had access to online. They actually forgot to mention that. So, I mean, one of my constituency, which is a huge rural hinterland, one of the big issues is access to internet, broadband access. And in some people are still in the dial-up system, or you could get somebody on this side of the road has access and somebody on that side. The point, we have asked for all. It is a devolved manner here in the north. Mm-hmm. If all parties would actually come together, sit down, and say, "Look, this isn't right," the DUP telling us we voted against it in Westminster, voting for it in the Assembly.
Okay, that's a debate.
That's a different debate.
Probably familiar with it, but it was just a thought. When you're here, it would be remiss of me. Becky. Sorry, the lady on the end there, and then I think we'll maybe begin to wrap up soon.
Phyllis Graham, Atney Meaning Association talking newspapers. Sensory impaired enjoyed enjoy is not the right word, but all the speakers here today, even the pros and cons from the floor. But my question is, sensory impaired hasn't been mentioned here today. I appreciate we have only got DLA this last 18 months because we weren't even entitled to it, but the predicament is now with the changes. If you have a child with deafness or blindness, we're deleted from the map. And the point is, if you're white stick and hearing aid, it doesn't matter, you're now independent. But also, as a carer, and many of our care society are living longer, and as a carer, we're saving the government millions. And yet and all, haven't sensory impaired myself, like many other parents throughout the community, and yet we don't get care allowance and aspects, as you say, ripple effects, because our children are not, and yet and all, we're totally deleted from the map.
Another voice, very unhappy. Would you like to say anything, Mary, on that point?
I would agree with what you said. That we couldn't obviously cover everything today, with mentioning about the sensory impairment, but I absolutely agree with you.
You've introduced it. It's now been mentioned. At least it's in our...
I absolutely agree with you that carers do save the government an awful lot of money, and they are so badly paid for doing that, and it's a very difficult job.
Okay, so that last question, one briefly, gentleman at the back there, in front of Seamus.
Mick McAtavi. Possibly more rhetorical questions, but I haven't heard this morning exactly the loss in terms of 87 million has been attributed to the government here from Westminster, ditto for 115 million next year. I don't see how the Treasury has issued details in terms of how these this has been calculated. And
I think I heard the Secretary say on radio didn't know how it had been calculated either.
Exactly.
So yes,
and I haven't heard anything from the Minister this morning or from people in England and Wales saying that so many savings have been made here that we can relate to and say, well, that's how they worked it out. Ditto, I'm also concerned that they talk about transitional fund in terms of the bedroom tax for existing claimants. To the new claimants who come on the system, what do they get in terms of social housing? Social housing used to be about getting a home to live in. It was homes for people who couldn't afford to go and buy privately. And yet now we seem to be moving to a system that says, well, actually, if you're on, what we're doing is only giving you a form of shelter. And as you move through the transition of family and your children move on and go into working life or further education and leave the home, you will effectively face a tax in terms of a reduction in the monies you get for living in your home. Your home is not a home, it is a shelter that we, condescend to give you, and you should therefore move into smaller accommodation as you go through your life. That's not a message we should be sending out to people living in, housing executive estates, registered social landlords, because that breaks the psychological link between creating homes and just living in a place. And that has further consequences in terms of how people look after their homes, how people
complete societal
go
change,
into social, in terms of social care. As I said, they may be more rhetorical questions that Mary can't answer, but
very
I think
good point.
Well
made, and thank you for raising it with us. But I think, Mary, you spoke so brilliantly well. We'll let you take a rest for a moment or two, but thank you very, very much indeed. Great to hear from you. Thank you indeed, Mary. Yeah, the thing about today, of course, is we don't have the answers for everything, and that's why it's good just to get as much out there as we can. And what I'd like to do now is to suggest that someone else tries to pull all that for us. Thankfully, it's not me. If you please put your hands together for Bob Strong. Bob is of the Advice Consortium of CAB, Advice NI, and the Law Centre. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Strong.
Thanks very much. I don't know about pulling. I don't think anybody could pull all of that together. I think what we did get this morning, though, was a very, very useful and open debate. We've heard from the experiences, I think, from Scotland and from Warrington, and some of that information, obviously, I was quite astounded by, and the impact of that, is quite serious for us. So we really must think seriously about all of this, and we need to ensure that we go away from here today, that we lobby our MEPs, that we talk about this, that we talk in our communities about it, that we make sure that we're aware of all of the steps that we need to take as a society to protect the most vulnerable in our society. And that really is the bottom line. It's almost like, I use the analogy of the welfare state as a safety net, and what the Tory government have been doing is widening the net so that more people are actually falling through the net. There's us, whether we introduce welfare reform or not, to protect the most vulnerable. And as a society and communities and voluntary organisations, we need to put another layer under that net. We shouldn't be shirking that responsibility, all of us. So it's very important that we do that. We'll make all of the information that we had today available through NICVA's website and on the consortium's websites. Continue the debate. We'll be up in Parliament buildings. We'll be talking. We know we have serious economic problems as a society, but we can't pin those problems on the poor and the weak. So finally, I just want to say a big thank you to you for all attending today and for making your contributions, to all our guest speakers. and in particular to Karen for hosting the day. So thank you very much.